Yo, turn the lights down low and the drama up. She's late, she's loud, and she live. Woo! You already know who it is. Shades 2, baby. She back again. Crowd lit, vibe on 10. Shay walk in like we back again. News, tea, jokes and spins. She don't do small talk, she go in. From the headlines to the comment section, she call names with no correction. You tuned in, don't act brand new. It's late night, baby, she got that view.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I laughed, hey, back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Popcorn ready, wig on alert. She dropped one line and somebody hurt. Talk show queen with a side of roast. She run this thing from coast to coast. Late on purpose, still on time. She hit you with shade, then call it a rhyme. Talk smart, talk slick, talk flame. Say the name right, yeah, late night with Shay.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. That's right. News, drama, laughs, whatever else she feel like. One mic, one queen. Late night with Shay. On Shay's tube, she back again.
It's late night with Shay.
Yeah, she say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome to Shades 2. Happy and blessed Friday. Happy and blessed Saturday morning. Happy and blessed weekend, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to everybody in the bushes, everybody who watches us in the replay. Over here in the chat, we got Jermaine in the place to be. What's up, Jermaine? Thank you so much for coming like always. All right, my best assistant here on YouTube, you guys. All right. And Jermaine said, you are watching Shades 2. Make sure to like, subscribe, and drop a comment to keep this conversation going. Also, he said you want to support this channel, hit the super chat or do a cash app at $Shades 2. Or you can do a super sticker, or you can cop yourself a membership for $4.99, you guys. $4.99. It's not too bad, huh? It's not too much per month. All right. So anyway, guys, let me go ahead and do the copyright disclaimer. Hold on, let me get it. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. That entire copyright disclaimer is in my description area. Part of it is going across that banner right there. And it will be in my comments section after this video is over. Also, guys, if you want to show other support, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification so you can be notified of any upcoming videos, thumbs up or like, and share and leave a comment. And thank you guys so much for doing all of that. I appreciate you guys, and happy born day to all of my May babies. We got one more day, 31st, which is today. Saturday. It's still Friday here, you guys. So, you know, it is what it is. It's 11:15 out here on the West Coast. But anyway, happy born day, you know, to the late birthdays in May. And I hope you guys had a great birthday. And people who birthday is tomorrow or was today, I hope you, enjoy your birthday. All right. All right. So anyway, before we start off with Fuckery Friday, of course, we're going to do the recap for Diddy trial day. I think it's trial day 14, if I'm not mistaken. And then on Monday, Mia, she's going to go back on stage again. Not on stage, but on the stand again to finish her testimony on Monday. All right. So anyway, we'll recap that in a minute, but I want to play some more music real quick while we get situated, let people come in. So let's go ahead and do some more music. All right. And thank you guys so much. Let me go ahead and put it on. And y'all know we did all of this music. All right. So I'm going to have to do this one. Let's see here. Let's see how we can do this. Let me go down here. Okay, let's go on down. And let me change the screen and everything. Hold on. Let's change the screen. Okay, let's take my... I think it'll go down by itself once I play this. Okay, I think it's this one. Let me see.
I'm the dog. I don't know nothing. Yeah, it's real clear now. Yeah, Micah say I'm the dog, but you bark for clout. Tail wagging on live, just running your mouth. I don't know nothing, yeah, that much true. Brain offline every time you hit new. Trying to act slick, but you goofy as hell. Got slogans on loop like a broken spell. Repetitive content, you say it with pride. But bro, no bark, no bite, just hide. You the dog, more like a flea. Jump on trends, then beg for a seat. I don't know nothing. Clearly, bruh, that's your whole brand and your whole shtick, huh? Dog with a mic, but no real sound. Loud online, but quiet when found. Your subs just scroll, your views decay. Whole channel look like a throwaway. Micah in the vids like, look at me cook. But it's burnt ass takes and recycled hooks. Trying to be funny, but it's awkward and dry. That dog act tired, go lay down and cry. You make 10 vids off one small clip, stretch nothing for minutes, man, that ain't it. You say I'm the dog, yeah, mud on a leash. Pacing in circles, praying for peace. I don't know nothing, facts that's deep. Every upload feels like a low effort leap. Clickbait king with no real throne. Live stream talk but dead when alone. Merch weak, bars weaker. Talk like a beast, but your ego cheaper. Say less, post less, do more, doubt it. Micah, we laugh, now we clowning around it. So keep barking, dog, but this ain't your yard. You bit off more than your weak rep can guard. Next time you stream, say it with your chest. I don't know nothing, yeah, we guessed. Game over. Yeah, we guessed. Yeah. Micah in the vids. Hey. New bird, little bird, then you're weaker. You next time you stream, say it with your chest. I don't know nothing. Yeah, we guessed. Game over. Yeah. You the dog, more like the flea. Jump on trends, then beg for a seat. I don't know nothing. Clearly, bro, that's your whole brand and your whole shtick. Dog with a mic, but no real sound. Loud online, but quiet when found. Your subs just scroll, your views decay. Whole channel look like a throwaway. Mike got in the live. Look, burn your grind and your weak rap. Yeah. Next time you stream, say it with your chest. I don't know nothing. Yeah, we guessed. I'm the dog.
All right, y'all. Let's go to the next one. All right. All right. Let me go to the next one. All right. Oh my God. Let's go ahead and go to the next one.
You ain't built for war, just watch my bullshit. Mike of the mouth, lips crusty as fuck. Talking about shade while you down on luck. Fake ass receipts, same week trap. Dry ass throat from all that cap. You bark online but won't come outside. I don't know nothing, bitch, stop the lie. Shade in your mouth more than your goddamn breath. Then you delete shit, scared to death. Lost that house, that ain't your shit. Still trying to flex with a fiction slips. Micah the ghost, talk when it's real. Keyboard tough, but you shook in the field.
You know shade better than your own damn life. Built your fame off stress and strife. Talk that neutral, play that fake. But you throwing shade with every take.
Micah the mouth, bitch in real time. Yep, online, but can't back no line. Say less, show more, or keep hiding like a broke ass fraud. She out here shining, you still pressed. React to her tears like it's some.
What happened? Hold up. Let's do this again. What happened, you guys? Wait. Technical difficulties. Let me stop sharing and go back. Let me see what happened. Okay, let's do this over again. Hold on. I think this is it right here. Let me make sure. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, I don't know what happened. Let's try this again. Hopefully I recorded the whole damn song. Y'all know what y'all dealing with over here with Shades too. Let's see.
Built for war, just watch my bullshit.
Let me go all the way back.
You ain't built for war, just watch my bullshit. Micah the mouth, lips crusty as fuck. Talking about shade while you down on luck. Fake ass receipts, same week trap. Dry ass throat from all that cap. You bark online but won't come outside. I don't know nothing, bitch, stop the lie. Shade in your mouth more than your goddamn breath. Then you delete shit, scared to death. Lost that house, that ain't your shit. Still trying to flex with a fiction slips. Micah the ghost, talk when it's real. Keyboard tough, but you shook in the field.
You know shade better than your own damn life. Built your fame off stress and strife. Talk that neutral, play that fake. But you throwing shade with every take.
Micah the mouth, bitch in real time. Yep, online, but can't back no line. Say less, show more, or keep hiding like a broke ass fraud. She out here shining, you still pressed. React to her tears like it's some test. Micah, you bitter, weak as hell. She built an empire, you built a shell. All that whisper beef, that's coward talk. You ain't got bars, just bitch ass chalk. Say you want peace, but fan that flame. Say her name again, you feel that shame. Crusty ass lips, broke ass views. Ain't got facts, just recycled news. Micah the mouth, shut the fuck up. Micah the mouth, lips crusty as fuck. Talking about shame while you down on luck. Fake ass receipts, same week trap. Dry ass throat from all that cap. You bark online but won't come outside. I don't know nothing, bitch, stop the lie. Shade in your mouth more than your goddamn breath. Then you delete shit, scared to death. Lost that house, that ain't your shit. Still trying to flex with a fiction slips. Micah the ghost, talk when it's real. Keyboard tough, but you shook in the field.
You know shade better than your own damn life. Built your fame off stress and strife. Talk that neutral, play that fake. But you throwing shade with every take.
Micah the mouth, bitch in real time. Yap online, but can't back no line. Say less, show more, or keep hiding like a broke ass fraud. Fraud.
All right, you guys. Let me come on back over here. All right. So I hope you guys like that. In the other song, you guys, I got like 4 more, but I'm not going to play them tonight. All right. And like I told y'all before, at a certain time, I will play those diss raps, okay? Because of a certain situation that always happens over and over and over again. You know, you think people just stop doing stuff and then they just start back up like a damn like the Energizer Bunny. You know, you Energizer Bunny just keeps on going and going and going. But actually, it's more like roaches or termites. You spray for these things, you think they're gone, and then these MFers come right back. So yeah, every time this termite does certain things, I will be playing all of these damn disc wraps that I have. Point blank. I got like 7 of them done. You know what I'm saying? Including mine, you know, my stuff. So I think it's about 5 of his. All right, so I will be playing them. All right, so let's go ahead and start off with our Fuccery Friday / Saturday show. Okay, let me go ahead and put my other music on. And that's another thing. I need to get something to play in the background. Jermaine, you hear me while I'm talking? Because this shit over here is getting on my nerves. You know, I can't play my stuff in the background. I could, but it's going to, you know, mess me up and stuff listening to that in the background and stuff. So it's just better when it's like instrumental, you know, because it's talk is on in the background versus if I'm listening to myself sing or listening to some of my stuff. All right. So we're going to be working on that. Yeah, we're going to be working on the Fuccery Friday Fuckery show song as well to play. All right. So we're doing a lot of stuff over here on this channel, guys. And so, you know, be looking out for that. Hopefully we'll get a couple of interviews as well. You know, we're trying to get one big person. I don't know if that person is going to come over here, but hopefully he will. I don't know, but we'll see. That's what Jermaine is working on and stuff. And then maybe in the future, I'll get my cousin to come up here and talk. I'm not telling you who he is, though, but maybe you just never know. Okay. Jermaine, you know who my cousin is. So maybe in the future, I can get him, have my mom ask him. Let me take this shit down right here. I forgot to take his picture down. This is not his actual picture, but you know, it is what it is. Let's see. Let's go to put this up. There you go. That go our regular stuff right there. Okay. So anyway, guys, as we already know, I think this is day 13, if I'm not mistaken, or is this day 14? I forgot which day it is for Diddy, but we are going to recap that, and I am going to try to read this correctly tonight because, of course, the other person that helped me with my page was tripping the way I be reading and stuff. The reading is okay, but how I mess up sometimes, so I'm going to try to do this right tonight and stuff. Let me give you some water. And then I'll try to not think about everyone listening to me and do this the correct way. So we are going to recap Diddy. Let me put this up here so we can know what we're talking about. Oh, let's see. This is Diddy trial day 14 or either. I thought this was 14. This may be day. Hold on. Let me see if I see the one from yesterday. I think this is day 14 if I'm not mistaken. Jermaine, is this 13 or 14? I don't even see the one from last night. I thought I had the one up here from last night. It may be 13 because I see 12 up here. It may be 13 because I see 12 from last night. I think this is last night that I put up here because I said I would leave it up so I can remember. So I do think this is trial day 13. So let's go ahead and do a summary of today's court section, okay? Let me go ahead and get everything out. Let's do it like this. Put this up here at the top. And what am I doing? Let's go ahead and do this. All right. So y'all, get y'all something to drink, a relaxing seat or a bed. If you are at work, continue to do your job, but listen or either watch me on the down low, Hey to everybody in this chat as well, Jermaine, and hey to everybody in the bushes and everybody who watches this in the replay. So let's go ahead and do this, a recap of today's court for Diddy. All right, let's see if we can do this right tonight. Okay, let me go down here. Okay, so today, as we know, is Friday, May the 30th, 2025. Maya's testimony was expected to continue through Friday, all right? But it's going to continue on Monday, all right? So anyway, the federal criminal trial against Sean Diddy Combs continue today with the focus still on Maya, who is a former personal assistant for Diddy. Now, she is alleged testifying under a fake name, all right? Now, so today was cross-examination. It was dedicated to that primarily today, all right? And Combs defense attorney, Brian Steele, is the one that did the cross-examination. Thank you, Jermaine. Now, the defense's strategy aimed to challenge her credibility by highlighting the discrepancies and perceived inconsistencies in her testimony in past actions. Attorney Steele questioned Maya about her past social media posts, particularly those from 2013 and later, which she praised Combs, wishing him happy birthday, and she was using affectionate terms like love you or calling him a good friend and mentor. These posts were made after the alleged sexual assaults she told everyone about that happened earlier in her employment between 2009 and 2010. Anyway, Attorney Steele repeatedly asked Maya why would she post such positive messages about Diddy, a person she claims actually assaulted her and traumatized her, and who she testified made her feel terrified and trapped. Maya said she often posted about the good times in the work environment, which had highs as well as lows. She also stated that using these terms like love was common within the family culture of Sean Combs employees. She also testified that she was terrified of Combs and believed he would ruin her career if she spoke out or left, which explains why she might have tried to maintain, her fake, I guess her fake like for him, and she avoided, making him mad and things like that. All right. Now, Maya testified that she suffers from severe complex PTSD as a result of her experiences with Combs, and has not been able to hold a job since leaving his employment in 2017. Hold on, I was knocking my phone down. Hold on, let's see what they're saying here. She also said, she also described how phone calls from Combs number could trigger extreme fear in her. Anyway, Attorney Steele also brought up a $200,000 settlement she received after leaving Combs' employment. It was part of a $400,000 agreement for unpaid bonuses in overtime, noting that she never disclosed the alleged sexual assaults to her lawyers at that time. Maya maintained she intended to pass on with this and not tell anyone due to fear. On another note, Trump is trying to decide if he is going to pardon Diddy. All right. Now, when asked by reporters, Trump stated he would certainly look at the facts if asked to pardon Sean Combs, though he noted he hasn't spoken to him in years. Now, I just want to let you guys know that, okay, since they did that. So anyway, like I said, Maya's cross-examination is expected to continue when the trial resumes, likely next week. As we know, no court is typically not in session over the weekend. Now, the prosecution is aiming to conclude its case in the next few weeks, probably around the 4th of July weekend, if not earlier. Okay? So anyway, that was just a summary of what happened. Now we're going to go into strict details about what happened in the courtroom today. Let's see what Jermaine said. So your opinion. Okay, so Jermaine said, my opinion is that these abused females were just trying to keep him happy, to limit the terror he was unleashing on them. They were just trying to protect their careers. I don't know what to say to this. I think that's partially correct. And on the other hand, I think, Sean also had a likable side. So I think that they still liked him at the same time. And when you talk about Cassie, I really do feel like she really did care for Sean. And she wanted certain things from Sean. And he just couldn't do it because he was too busy, engaging in those freak offs and doing the most and cheating and doing all of that. So I do feel like she did some things because she wanted to, but at the same time, I also feel that she probably was manipulated into doing certain things, forced to do certain things, and things like that. And I also feel like these other people may have experienced the same thing. But I also think that they were, friends with this dude, liked him, one side of his personality. I think when he unleashed the other side of his personality, that's when people feared him and things like that. I don't think he's like that all the time. I just really don't, and that's why they probably stood around and kept coming back. Plus the money and things like that. I don't know. You got many people, women, that stay with people who, like spouses who do this, boyfriends, all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Even the domestic violence. So I don't know. And again, these are allegations that they're saying. I don't think we've seen any proof that he actually raped them. I don't know for sure. So we don't know for sure if he actually raped them or not. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. I'm wondering too, how can somebody, continue to work with someone that raped them, that beat them, and things like that, especially if you are just an employee. Like I said, when you are dating someone, it's a little bit harder just to get up and leave like that, because you have feelings involved, and these people are so good at manipulation and making you think they're not going to hit you no more, they're not going to talk about you no more, they're not going to do this no more, and you believe that, and then they end up doing it again. So when you're dating someone, I can see how Cassie probably kept going, coming back and stuff. But an employee, I don't understand how they could just, continue to work for someone if that person raped them, if that person is beating them, threatening them, and doing the most. I just don't understand that, because you don't have no real ties to this person unless it was other things were involved. Okay, point blank. I don't know. It's just weird. The whole thing is weird to me. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. And I think we do have some truth mixed in with non-truth. I really do believe that. I don't believe nobody 100%. I just don't. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the other. Let's talk about this some more. Okay, let's see here. So let's go ahead and focus on Maya's post. Her messages or posts about Sean Diddy Combs. Let's see what they're saying here. So let's see here. Hold on, y'all. All of these are alleged events, okay? So know that. We don't know for sure if Diddy raped these people or all this stuff. What we do know is that Diddy did physically, assault Cassie, because we saw the video. We know that for sure, okay? So let's see here. So in December 2016, when Maya was informed Sean Combs wanted to dissolve his Revolt Films and that her employment would end, she texts Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, saying, "I'm going to unalive myself. my life is over. Okay. Okay. Now, frantic messages from KK, which is Christina, they were read in court. And this is what it said. It said, you can't make a statement and then not answer your phone. And then Maya responded over text, I can't sleep. I'm not okay. I don't understand how to make this pain go away. It hurts so effing bad. This girl. Anyway, defense attorney Brian Steele asks, isn't this great? You are away from your abuser. And y'all know what? Remember I said this yesterday? If somebody was beating your butt, and I need y'all to listen carefully because, hold on, let me get my eyeglass thing. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but I was saying if somebody is beating your butt, right? If somebody is beating your butt, if somebody raped you, if somebody was doing everything that she claimed that Diddy was doing to her, why would you write a message telling somebody you're going to unalive yourself? Your life is over because Sean was stopping the revolt and canceling her job. Why would you say that? Can't you go fill out for another job? And you should want to, right? Because I thought she said that Sean had did all these things. She was fearful of him. She was great. She was threatened. All types of stuff. Why would you want to continue to work with someone that's doing this? Okay? You would probably be glad that your job is over. Matter of fact, I'm trying to figure out why was she still working for him if he did all of these things. And that's why I cannot believe her 100%, Jermaine. Okay? And I don't even know how you can. I'm going to be perfectly honest, because if somebody is doing all of this to you, right, and you don't have no ties to that person, you didn't date him or anything else, okay, he's just your employee, maybe a little friend or whatever, but he raped you. He raped you, okay? He raped you, right? And then he threatened and all this other stuff and physically assaulted her, right? So how is your life so over? Your life should be starting because you no longer have to deal with him. And I'm trying to figure out, why was she still working for him anyway? She should have already dissolved her job with him if he raped her, if he was beating her or threatening her or treating her unfairly and all these other allegations she made. If he was doing all of these things, why did she write that post saying, my life is over. I'm going to unalive myself. My life is over. Okay, she wrote that to Christina Coram, KK. Okay, and then KK said, you can't make a statement and then not answer your phone, because clearly KK was trying to call her. And then eventually Maya responded over text, I can't sleep and I'm not okay. I don't understand how to make this pain go away. It hurts so freaking bad. So, I mean, I don't understand this. And I cannot believe her 100%, not 90%, not even 80%. Okay. So anyway, defense attorney Brian Steele asks, isn't this great? You are away from your abuser. And then Maya testified, in hindsight, fantastic. But at the time, the worst thing ever. Listen, if this man is doing all this stuff to you, why would you still be working for him? That's what attorney Steele should have asked her. Why would you be working for this dude if he did all of these things to you? What are you talking about? What are you talking about when you say, at hindsight, it was fantastic, but your life is over? If he's raping you, and I think she said more than once, he's abusing you and doing the most and all types of negative things, why would you want to work for him in the first place? It seems to me that the job would have been over a long time ago. She said, she told the court, working for Combs represented the only world I knew for 24 hours a day for 8 years. So what? It's like dog years. That's all I knew. So it was very overwhelmingly horrific. The thing about it is it getting great horrific? Isn't that horrific? 3 times? Huh? Isn't getting great horrific? More horrific than changing careers. Who cares about you working with someone for 8 years, 24 hours a day, and all this other stuff? This lady said this man was having her do all sorts of weird stuff. Okay, cracking his knuckles, going out late at night to get stuff, food or something. I can't remember what it was. Raped her 3 times, physically assaulted her, did so much. So why would you want to work for someone like this if he's doing all of these things? It doesn't make any sense. She wasn't dating him. They didn't have any connection like that. That's why I said you can't compare her to Cassie, because Cassie was dating him. Okay, there's feelings there. You just can't get up and leave sometimes like that. All right, some women can, some women can't. All right, point blank. That's totally different than you just working for this dude. You probably just friends. That's it. He raped you. How could you continue to work with someone who raped you 3 times? She testified she felt it being ripped away without explanation. Girl, stop. All right, because eventually she had to leave the job anyway. All right, stop. If somebody raped you, and that's crazy too. He put her arm in the dust right and tried to break it too. How the hell does she continue to be working with this dude if he did all of these things? And then you're mad, you're upset, you want to unalive yourself. Girl, you should have been celebrating, jumping around, and doing the most, because revolt was being dissolved. So that means he's probably going to lose some money. All right. And then you just go find you another career. As a matter of fact, you should have already done that in the first place, because you know why? Because this dude raped her 3 times, allegedly. He put her arm in the door and tried to break it, and he did other things. I thought she said something about he did not pay her and things like that. Just all types of stuff. So why would you be so distraught that you want to go and unalive yourself because your job is going to be gone? And I forgot how much she said she made. Okay, because at first she was his assistant, right? And then he put her on at that position, right? And then another thing, why even use an alias name when he knows who you are? I guess you don't want the public to know. If this dude did all these things to you, you should not be scared to reveal who you are. Let the world know who you are if you are telling the truth, because he already know who you are. So anyway, defense attorney still, his cross-examination will resume on Monday, all right? I just don't understand this, you guys. I just really don't. And I don't know how anybody feels like she's telling the 100% truth, all right? So here's another thing. On November the 4th, 2014, Sean Combs turned 45, right? And Maya made him a scrapbook with a handwritten card, which was showed in court. Happy 45th birthday, Puff Daddy. That's what it said on the top of the page in red bold letters. And then the text continued in black pen. Puff, sometimes life goes by at a catastrophic speeds where you never get to live and enjoy it. I hope on this day you get to sit back and take it all in. And then the card came with a collection of magazine articles from 1991 to 1999 that I hope will stir up feelings. Let's see. The man, okay, then I guess the attorney said, the man who you say has messed up your life, this is what you write to him? It's called psychological abuse, Maya testified. How is that called psychological abuse when you are the one that's sitting here writing all this stuff to this dude? If this dude did all of these things to you, how on earth can you sit here and write all of this in a birthday card? And you didn't date him or anything. You weren't in a relationship. You just worked for him. You probably became friends, and that's it. And this dude, this is the same dude who raped you 3 times, who did physical assault, who withheld money and some other things, who talked about you, who threatened you. How are you writing stuff like this? Psychological abuse. That's crazy as hell, you guys. I don't understand. Still, this is crazy. This is crazy. She walked to Brooklyn to bring him cheesecake and flung it away after one bite. He had making the band people do the same thing. Y'all remember that? They walked to over the bridge to Brooklyn, something, I don't know, to get cheesecake for Beyonce. We didn't know it was for Beyonce at the time, but that's who they walked to get cheesecake for then. Okay, so you said I can't explain why she wanted to go back, other than she knew Diddy would make sure she never worked in entertainment again. Listen, the entertainment industry is not the only industry she could work in. Damn. Goodness. And if she would have reported his ass and called the police, even though she claims that Diddy was much higher than the police, which I do believe that right there. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I told y'all yesterday that even if she had to go until I don't know, just go to a different police department, I guess, even though it's not in a jurisdiction, but anything shit to try to get the law enforcement involved that's not, biased and in cahoots with him or something like that, allegedly. Okay, we're gonna use that word. So I don't know. But the thing is, I know one damn thing, I wouldn't have been working for him no more. I would have got away from him, far away from him. Forget the entertainment industry. Somebody is raping you, someone is beating your ass, someone is threatening you, someone is withholding pay. What are you talking about? It definitely would be. I mean, it depends, because everybody in the entertainment industry is not doing weird stuff. Some people are actually enjoying working in the entertainment industry, and they're not engaging in satanic stuff or none of this foolishness. Okay, so it's not all bad like everybody think it is, because you can actually be in it and not, do on any of these things. You know what I'm saying? You may not be. I just don't think everybody is engaged in all this stuff. Okay, I know some people, and everybody's not engaged in all this type of stuff, and involved in weird shit that's in the entertainment industry. These people are weird anyway. If they wasn't in the industry, they probably would still be doing weird shit. Okay, let's keep it real. Of course she did, but let me tell you something. Cassie was dating Sean Combs. Okay, I keep on telling you guys that. That's a little different. Cassie was in love with this dude. She wanted to marry him. She wanted a child with him and everything. Okay, that's totally different. All right, and she was doing stuff too because she wanted to make Sean Diddy Combs happy. She said that, and I'm a woman myself, and I know what women do to make a man happy. Some women really goes overboard, and some only do certain things. All right, point blank. So Cassie is totally different than this chick right here. Maybe so, because I don't know. No. Let me tell you something. I used to be young too, and I never did this crazy shit. Okay. Remember, everybody was young at one time, and a lot of people do not do this and take no bull crap off of no damn band or no employee, especially not off no damn employee. You mean I don't give a damn who it is. Let me tell you something. As much as I like David Brown, aka Lucky Day, if I knew Lucky Day and I worked for him as an assistant, and he was doing all this stuff to me, there is no way in hell I would continue to work for Lucky Day, even if I was 20-something years old, because you're supposed to have self-worth. That's the first thing, and you're supposed to value yourself. Listen, every girl should be taught to do that by their mom, and even if they're not, you can teach yourself that. Okay, period. Because you look at yourself every day in the mirror, you know you are worth something. So to sit around and subject yourself to this foolishness because you don't want to be out of the industry, or you just want to maintain your friendship with some celeb, it's crazy as hell if this celeb is abusing you. And definitely if he's raping and physically assaulting you. Something is wrong with your ass. Okay, and I mean that on everything. I mean, who does this? Okay, let's see what else we got here. So anyway, attorney still then said, how did you find any goodness with Mr. Combs after what you described to the ladies and gentlemen of this jury? Maya said, well, before Maya said anything, then still said, then he acts easily. And then Maya told the court, the second it went back to good, I was elated. I was searching for that kind of approval. It was an abusive relationship. Maya sounds like something is wrong with her, honestly. Okay, because why would you keep on going back to an employee and friend that is actually assaulting you and physically assaulting you? And then you say, hold on. Let me go down here. Then you say, the second it went back to good, I was elated. Okay, we can understand the first time that he not actually assaulted, because I don't give a damn. He actually assaulted you, you need to get away. You need to call the police, report it, and go. And if you're scared to report it, just get the hell away from him. Okay, you're talking about great. Okay, now the physical abuse. So okay, say the first time he hit her. Okay, and she was like, you know, he may have flipped off. He probably won't do it again, so let me give him another chance. Okay. He probably apologized and all that. Okay, I'm gonna give her that one. But to keep on going back, you know what I'm saying? After he do it the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth time, then you see him beat the shit out of Cassie. Come on now. That's crazy as hell. Why would you even be staying around waiting for him to be nice again when you know this Negro is going to be mean again to you and beat your ass again and possibly do other things? That's crazy. Then she said, I was young and manipulated and eager to survive. Girl. If you wanted to survive, all right, you would leave the person who is trying to mess you up. Didn't she say he even tried to give her drugs? So you're trying to survive when he's getting you on that type of stuff, when he's raping you, when he's hitting you. He could have unalived you. What are you talking about? And then she says she's unraveling a lot of this now in therapy. How long ago did this happen? This happened in what year? 2012? And this is what? 2025? 13 years later? Okay. She said nobody was there to say these things were happening, were wrong. Girl, you know that shit was wrong. Nobody don't need to be there to tell you that grape is wrong. It's all over the damn news. It's all over everywhere. The TV, the radio, just everywhere. You know that grape is not right. You know that assaulting a woman or even a man is not right. Physically assaulting. What? And because nobody, she said there was nobody around us that ever even flinched at his behavior. Listen, that's because they were paid. They're looking at the same thing she was looking at. So that's why you don't need to look at these people that are around you. Realize for yourself that this Negro is abusive. He don't give a damn about you. He just giving you guys that money because he know you need that money, and he's using that to manipulate you to continue to do what he wants you to do. So what you should have been doing is saving as much money as you can and getting the hell away from this dude. Just like Cassie should have done the same thing. Because listen, he did it the first time. Okay, so I'll give him that, the physical abuse. But to keep on coming back when he did it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's crazy. And when he raped her, there is no way in hell she should have came back. And this is why I do not believe this story 100%. All right. I don't give a damn about no syndrome and all this other stuff. Who in the hell goes back to an employee over and over and over again after the employee has raped you? There's definitely more to this story. I don't believe her. I just don't believe this. Anyway, this young shit and manipulative, I'm sick of people using it as an excuse. This is not the damn 70s and the 80s or the 90s. These days, these young ass people know more than the old people know. You know, I met a lot of young people. I used to teach school, right? I met a lot of young people, you know, even when I just did Lyft. And hell, the stories they would be telling me in the car, they be doing more than the older people do, okay? They know more than the older people. So don't use that excuse, young and manipulate it, because young people today know more than they used to know back in the day, okay? And even if it was back in the day, all right, you know not to let no man or woman beat your ass, all right, continuously. No employee, no boyfriend, no girlfriend. You know this. You know it's wrong. Certainly if somebody raped you, all right, thank you, Powell. I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but thank you for that donation. I appreciate you. All right, let me put this up here real quick. You know good and damn well, I forgot what I was saying. Hold on. Let me put this up here, y'all. This damn, I'm not even on the banners. Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you, hon. Thank you for the donation. All right, so let me do this again, y'all. Let me go back over here. But you cannot use that. You cannot use that no more because these kids now know. And like I said, I know I forgot what I was saying before, but if somebody raped you, you're not gonna keep on going back to them. I'm sorry. Okay, especially not no damn employee. Okay? Or no employer. That's what I meant to say, employer. You're not gonna keep on going back to this person. That is crazy. And then attorney Steele said, isn't it true that Mr. Combs never had unwanted, non-consensual, forcible sexual contact with you? Isn't that true? And then Maya said, what I said in the courtroom is the truth. And then attorney Steele said, then why, if you are being actually assaulted and your sister is being brutalized physically, are you making a scrapbook for Mr. Combs? And we're talking about Cassie. Okay? And Maya said that her and Cassie were like friends. I mean, like siblings. And I'm asking the same thing. If this dude was actually assaulting you and physically assaulting you and doing other things, how in the hell are you making scrapbooks praising this dude, putting messages in here, praising this dude, and saying the most to this dude, and doing all this other stuff, but yet you're claiming on this stand that he had you terrified, he raped you 3 times, he abused you physically, he did so many negative things for you, but yet this chick writes all of this stuff in this scrapbook, sends a message saying she's going to unalive herself because her job was going to be terminated, and some other things that she did to praise Sean Combs. It doesn't make any daggone sense, you guys. It just doesn't. Then she said, it's a lot more complicated. It's a lot more complicated than the way you frame that. Ask any abuse victim advocate, and they could explain it to you much better than I could. Well, let me tell you something, Miss Maya, and everybody else who's listening to me right now. Shades too was an abusive relationship as well when I was very young, like, 16 years old. All right. And we were actually dating. All right. And yes, I did go back, back and forth and all of that stuff. But y'all, I was only 16, not 20 some years old. Okay. That was my first boyfriend too. All right. And I didn't do drugs. I didn't drink alcohol. I did not smoke cigarettes. I didn't go to parties. I was shy, quiet, and everything. All right. I wasn't in the industry, hanging around celebs or, all this other stuff that they do. I wasn't doing any of this. And even though I was young and never had a boyfriend, I was my first boyfriend. Y'all, for real, I knew that you should not be dealing with a person that's fighting you. I knew this at 16, 17, 18, 19. I knew this. That's why I fought back. I knew this. So you cannot convince me that these chicks today don't know you need to leave if a man is abusing them, especially some damn person that you work for. It should be easier to leave a person you work for because there are no real ties there. Not like when you're dating them. It's a little ties there if you're friends with them, but not like when you're dating a person. It's not the same. And certainly if you have kids with them. So I'm not buying this stuff. I'm just not. Yes, it's hard to do certain things, and sometimes to leave, especially if you're in a relationship with the dude, he's abusing you and stuff like that. Because when the abuse is over, he apologizes, bring you gifts or whatever, or get on his knees, say, I'm sorry. You believe that stuff. And Sean Diddy, he probably did something similar. But after the first time, Maya, you should have left. There's no ties there besides money. You can find another job somewhere else. Who gives a damn if he go and stop you from working in the entertainment industry? Maybe if Maya would have told the police, maybe not the New York police or maybe a different part, I don't know, but find a way. Because if we all use this excuse, then that gives these people that do these type of things, it gives them, comfort knowing that we can't do shit because we're scared to go to the police or because the police, they may be paying the police or whatever the case is. You should still be telling. And if you don't want to tell them, you need to get away from them completely. But you definitely should be telling because they're going to do this to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're talking about rape and all this other weird shit. So yeah, we do understand that it's complicated. But when you're just talking about somebody who is your employer and you may be a little friends with them or whatever the case is, because they was knowing each other for 8 years, and then you see him beat your sister's ass, why would you be staying around? Not only should she should have been getting away, but she should have also helped Cassie get away. Okay, let's go on up here because we're not going to look at Trump shit right now. And then you look at these damn posts that she wrote. She was calling this dude. Wait a minute. She's praising this dude. She had multiple exclamation points. They also show her posing with Combs, calling him a legend, and thanking him for being her friend. All in the years after she alleged he repeatedly actually assaulted her. Let me tell y'all something. If any juror believes this, something is wrong with them. Okay? Like I said, he probably did do some things. I'm not going to lie. He probably did. Okay? But the thing about it, why are you praising this dude like this? If he did all these things to you. And then you see him do all these things to Cassie, your sister. Attorney Steele said, that's the person who has traumatized you? She said, yes, physically. And then he said, actually? She said, yes. And then he said, that's the legend? She said, yes. Then another post from November the 4th, 2015, Attorney Steele called the anniversary of when he actually assaulted you. Maya testified, I did not recognize that date as a celebration. So that's right. She said on his birthday, he actually assaulted her on November the 4th, 2015. So when his birthday came around, why would she be telling him happy damn birthday? Because every time that dude's birthday come around, I would be thinking about that's the day he actually assaulted me. And I would not be sending him shit. Y'all remember when I told y'all about the story about my friend that I met at ATL, right? And we were friends. At first he liked me and I found out that he was married. So I was like, no, we can't talk on that level. We can only be friends, okay? And when I say we can only be friends, I mean that. So one day we was at his recording studio. This dude tried to basically grape me. I told you I locked my legs up so you can get him a loose right. And I kept on telling him if he do it, I'm not joking with him. I was going to unalive him eventually. And I meant that. And so he ended up not doing it. He let me go and all this other stuff. But let me tell you something, you guys. I never spoke to him again. And the next time he wrote me a letter, apologizing and everything. The next time when I saw him, he was getting arrested at the hospital he worked at in Atlanta, Georgia. And it was all over the news. You know what? It ended up that, it turned out that he was a serial rapist. He was running around and telling people he had a job or something, young women. Because at that time I was young as well, in my early 20s. And he would get them to his car to take them to go to the job location, allegedly, supposedly. And once he get them in the car, he would take out his GUN, take them to a secluded place, and then rape them. And I wasn't going to, even if he wouldn't have got arrested, I was never talking to him again, okay? He's lucky I did not call the police and report it, all right? But if he would have actually did the raping thing to me, I would have reported that. I'm not going to lie. I would have effed him up too. It may not have been the same day, but I would have went back and got his ass. I'm just be perfectly honest about that. That's a whole other story. But fortunately, he didn't do that. He just tried. And I could have still got him in trouble, but I just didn't tell the detective, because he was already getting in trouble for raping all these other women. And he did, I guess, 20 years in prison or whatever the case, because he's out now. But before he got arrested, I can't remember if it was 2 weeks, a week later, I never spoke to him again. And we were good friends. All right. At that time, I was trying to get in the music industry, doing all of that and stuff in ATL, right? And he was taking me around, showing me Atlanta. We used to record in his recording studio, all types of stuff. All right. So we were very good friends. And I dissolved that relationship when he tried to. Because you're not going to try to force me to do anything with you. And then you think I'm going to be your friend? And I was in my early 20s. And I knew better. I knew, I knew not to deal with him again. I didn't give a damn how many letters he wrote me. And he was a nice looking dude too. Everything, had a great career. Everything, had a beautiful wife and child. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, wait, no. Bye, dude. All right. So I'm just trying to figure out why did she feel like she needed to continue to deal with Combs? He was just an employer. And I understand that it's Sean Diddy Combs. He's a big superstar. He's paying you $100,000 a year, and then you went to work for him and stuff at this company. So you probably got paid a whole lot of money. But sometimes you cannot look at that. You have to look at you. Okay. In your self-worth, you have to know that, and how valuable you are. You cannot sell yourself short, point blank, for some money and a friendship with a person that seems to not be a good person. Yeah, but you got to listen. They're doing that, right? But the thing about this is that everybody can't be lying, okay? But Sean defense attorneys are saying that this is all consensual. So how can they prove that it's not consensual? Do they have physical proof that shows or indicates that Sean Combs actually raped them? because I don't recall seeing any type of proof where I can honestly believe that he forced himself on them. Now, I don't know if he did or not, because I wasn't there, obviously, but I'm just saying, you got to convince the jury, okay? Every one of the people in the jury, you have to convince them that this is true. And if I was on the jury myself, I don't know if I would believe all of this 100%. I just don't know. So I would be probably the one that couldn't, agree with certain things. Right. True. Okay, let's see here. And then still said the same thing I said. How is that not a significant date in your mind? It was Puffy's birthday. That was what the date was, and I tried to forget that. I shoved it down. That's what Maya testified. What? If it was Puffy's birthday when he actually assaulted you, when his birthday came around again, we can understand you try to forget that. But still, why would you be telling this dude happy birthday? When you're congratulating him, you're celebrating his birthday, don't you still think about him allegedly raping you? It doesn't even make no sense. If somebody raped me on their birthday, y'all, I'm not about to call them and tell them happy birthday. I'm just not going to do it. All right? Grape is totally different than physical assault. All right? Both of them are bad, but graping? Shh. Is this the same one that, because I'm getting these people mixed up. Is this the same girl that said that Combs made her suck his you know what? Is this the same chick? Y'all better not tell me it is. Right, and that's what it's about. This right here. I don't give a shit what nobody say. It's not. You're right, Jermaine. It's not. But still, we're looking at common sense here, okay? Common sense. So you mean to tell me this woman is going to wish this dude happy birthday the day that he, on his birthday is when he raped her. And then he also made her suck his you know what. That alone, I couldn't talk to him again. Okay, I just couldn't. Now, if she don't suck penises, excuse my language, it would really be a devastating thing. Even if you do it, it still would be devastating. So how could you go and say happy birthday to this dude or put any messages anywhere that are positive? If anything, I would have been cussing him out on social media. And how could you work for him again? I'm sorry. And right, Jermaine, there is no rule book on how to deal with trauma, but any person that gets raped and beaten by a person they work for, how many cases do you know that people continue to work for people who do this in this day? We're not talking about back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and, in those years. We're talking about now, this is 2025. How many people you know, women, that will continue to work for a boss who rapes them, who makes them suck his you know what, and don't tell them what else? How many? Because I'm about to look this up. And I'm telling you, I believe this too. I'm going to be perfectly honest because these people are weird. If I was working for this dude, let me tell y'all something. I met Diddy back in 2013 when we first moved here. He was smiling and everything else. You wouldn't even think he was doing all this shit. So he does got a good side. But if I would have met him on a personal level, went to a party or something, and first of all, just say if I could have went to the all-white party, okay? Once I would have known that they do freaky shit after that party, Shay's tube would not have been going. All right. And just say if I was his assistant, after the first time Diddy did hit me, that would have been over. I would have killed him up anyway. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, you guys. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, okay? But anyway, I wouldn't have been working for him anymore. And certainly if he would have did the great thing, I wouldn't have been working for him anymore. Even if I would have been scared to go to the police, because I probably wouldn't have been. But just say if I would have been, because we know how that goes with the police with him, I wouldn't have been working with him no more for him. I sure wouldn't have. I don't give a damn about how much money I made, because for one damn thing, I would have been saving money anyway. You know, making $100,000 a year, no kids, because she don't have any kids. I don't think back then she did. I would have been putting money away, especially if I would have known and did it. It went back the second time. You know, not if he raped me. If he raped me, I would never go back the second time. I'm just saying, like the first time he hit, just say if I would have went back and worked for him again. The second time he did it, I would have been out of there. But I know me, the first time I would have been out of there because we weren't dating or anything like that. No connection other than friends. So I would have been gone, because I'm not ready to let some dude just be hitting me. And plus I'll be, you know, trying to get him back. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I'm not about to go to jail either. So I could not, you know, I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm just be perfectly honest. So I'm just trying to figure out how was she able to continue to work for him, and especially after he raped her 3 times and made her suck this, you know what? That's fucking disgusting, okay? Because, I mean, this dude be doing freak offs. He be putting his, you know what, without probably a C on, and he making you go down on him? Are you fucking crazy? That alone, I would have, child, I'll be in jail. I'm going to be perfectly honest about it, okay? So, I mean, oh, man, nah. Because what if he had actually an STD, and then you get it in your mouth? That's crazy. I wouldn't be able to do it, you guys. I just wouldn't be able to. Listen, don't try to use this as an example. Slaves back then, okay, they didn't know. Okay, it was a different time, different everything. They did not know. All right, they didn't know anything else. They didn't have the opportunities that we have today. Okay, you cannot compare a slave to this chick right here working for Diddy, when there are many other opportunities out there other than in the entertainment industry. You see many shows, many public service announcement telling you about domestic violence in rape. So don't even compare the two, okay? Because it's not the same thing. Slaves were on a different, just different than what we are now. And some of them were scared as hell, and they didn't know anything else. There was no opportunities out there or anything else. A lot of people would return back to their masters back then, because that's all they knew. You say, yeah. And I don't know if you have AIDS or whatever the case is, but I'm just saying, him making her do the oral, you know what, like that shit, I would, please, that, I'm telling you, my job would have been over that day. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. And then what's the name said she should have bit it off. He probably would have unalived that girl. He probably would have beat her so bad. I'm glad she didn't do all that. You know, honestly, I'm beginning to think other things. I'm not going to say it, but I just don't believe the story 100%. I'm just going to be perfectly honest, you guys. I just don't. She calling this dude, hold on. She called this dude a legend, a king, a bad boy for life. She said, thank you for showing me the path to Pluto and beyond. What? This is the same dude who raped her allegedly, who made her do oral on him allegedly, who beat her ass allegedly, who beat Cassie's ass. And we know he beat Cassie's ass. I'm not even going to say allegedly. And you're saying all this to him? You called him a legend? A king? A king? Now, the bad boy for life is probably right. And thank you for showing me the path to Pluto and beyond. So Still said, you just put aside. You are telling this jury that you were actually assaulted? She said, yes, absolutely. He said, you put aside that Mr. Combs made you go sleepless for 5 days when you got physically ill. She said, yes. You put aside that Mr. Combs went into your bedroom, gets on top of you, and does the unthinkable. She said, yes. Okay. Oh, God. That's right. Well, let me see this comment up here. Hold on. It's another comment that I overlooked. I think I had already read that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Oh my gosh. Okay. I just don't know what to say, you guys. This is crazy as hell. You know, I do understand that some women go back, you know, girlfriend, boyfriend type stuff, things like that. But the person you work for and a friend, that's it. Anyway, the defense focuses questioning on Maya's positive post with Combs, the good kind of crazy. So on November the 4th, 2014, 5 years after Maya alleged Sean Combs first actually assaulted her, as defense attorney Brian Steele pointed out, Maya posted a birthday wish to Combs. He raped her on his birthday 5 years before. 5 years later, this girl post a birthday wish to Combs saying all that stuff. Thank you for being the good kind of crazy. Thank you for being a friend and bringing friends into my life. Okay. Attorney Steele said this. At this point, you have taken in so much trauma from him. That's what you told the jury, right? She said, yes, I have. But again, it was when the highs were high, the good was good. Then attorney Steele said, Sean Combs' conduct toward you, actual abuse toward you, has made you broken, right? And then she said, the actual abuse was part of the ways that he ruined me. Yes, there are many other ways. Okay, that's what Maya said. And then Steele said, on the 5th anniversary of the initial actual abuse, you are saying on your social media for everyone to see, thank you for being the good kind of crazy. Then Maya said, I want to highlight the highs. I don't think people wrote bad stuff on Instagram back then. Girl, you are a damn lie. You are a damn lie. People have been writing bad stuff on Instagram for the longest. What are you saying? Yes, they was writing bad stuff back in 2014. Hell, I wrote some bad things on Instagram in 2014. What are you saying? They still said, why would you promote the person who has stolen your happiness in life? Then Maya said, those were the only people I was around. So that was my life. You had to promote it. It was very confusing cycle of ups and downs. But the thing about it, you did not have to stay there. You did not have to stay there. She acts like she had a relationship with this dude, like a romantic relationship. Maybe they did. Okay? That's what it sounds like to me. And she was emotionally attached to him and she loved him and things like that. That's what this sounds like to me. Because this does not sound like an employer, or a friend relationship. It just doesn't sound like that to me. Maya also told the court she did not get to see or talk to her friends or family. There was absolutely no time. Also, I had to get permission to do anything, and that's nothing. How in the hell are you still with a guy, an employer, who you have to seek permission to do anything, and you can see your family, and he locked you in the house? What kind of shit is this? And then the defense showed Maya several posts from Burning Man, where she previously testified Combs forced her to take the KETAMINE. One post from 2015 said, "Watching the man burn with the man who introduced me to it all. We love you." Okay, so she was raped by him 5 years before 2014, right? And so in 2015, she's saying, "Watching the man burn with the man who introduced me to it all. We love you." Okay, let me read y'all comments. Bringing fear. Listen, this is no excuse, okay? This is no excuse. Internet was even crazier then. Yes, social media is a spoo. If old girl was a feeble-minded type back then, I could see a counselor getting her to see her life through a different lens today, right? Maybe now, the first time she knows what she's talking about. Probably so, I guess. I don't know. This girl is crazy. All right. So anyway, attorney still questioned Maya. He said, "Mr. Combs, you tell the jurors, force you to take, you know what, against your will. Remember that?" And then Maya testified, "I do." Then still followed up. He said, "In your thanking Mr. Combs and others for giving you another incredible experience." And she said, "Yes." So when they said this right here, "Watching the man burn with the man who introduced me to it all, we love you." So she's talking about DRUGS there, right? So she's basically telling him thank you for introducing her to doing DRUGS, right? That's what they're talking about, right? Doing, that. So that's why attorney still said, "You're thanking Mr. Combs and others for giving you another incredible experience." Anyway, when Maya testified that she tried to forget the trauma she accused Combs of inflicting, still repeated her account of Combs allegedly slamming Cassie's head into a bed frame and asked, "How do you forget that?" Right? How do you forget that? How do you forget all that? How do you forget that he raped you 3 times? How do you forget that he put your arm in the door and tried to break it? How do you forget that he made you stay in the house and you couldn't leave? How do you forget that he wouldn't let you go see your relatives or friends or anything? How do you forget all of that? He said, "You don't forget that. You are punished for reacting to," no, excuse me. She said, "You don't forget that. You are punished for reacting to it. You're terrified to bring it up again." Okay. You're punished for reacting to it. If you continue to stay there, that's when you are punished. If you leave and get away from this character, you're not going to be punished anymore. You're terrified to bring it up again. Why would you bring it up again to him anyway? He doesn't care. But if you bring it up to the right people that could help you get away from him, then you won't be terrified. You'll be relieved. And even young women know this. Then this is not her man. Don't forget that, guys. This is her friend and employer. Oh, I know, Jermaine. If she ain't know nothing, it's up to lawyers to tell Diddy how it was today. Explain that a little bit more, P. I'm gonna call you P because I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna say this again. I just cannot believe her testimony 100%. All right, because I'm finding it very hard to believe that a person would just forget about being great 3 times by her boss and friend. I'm finding it very hard to believe that a person will forget about this man beating the shit out of her so-called sister. I'm finding it very hard to believe, that she can forget about him not letting her go visit her families or friends, being in the house, can't leave, and everything else he did negative, and especially the oral thing and the rape, okay, and the physical abuse. I find it very hard to not remember about all these things, especially with him raping her on his birthday, okay, on his 40-something birthday or something like that. I think that's what she said. I can't remember. Or either he was a little younger. I find it very hard to believe that. When that dude did that stuff to me back in 1993, I still remember that, you guys. Okay? So I find it very hard to believe this, that she forgot. I still remember a lot of the fights me and my first boyfriend had. And that was a long time ago. And let me just tell y'all this. When I met him, my mom was very, very strict. Okay? I mean, very, very strict. She didn't play anything. And so he was like my knight in shining armor. Okay? And he used to spend a lot of money on me and everything. Took me on shopping sprees, all types of shit. So he didn't have Diddy's money, but he had money. You know what I'm saying? He was doing a lot of stuff for me. He was 7 years older than myself too. He was doing a lot of stuff for me. And he was nice as hell at first and everything else until he, was getting on, high and things like that. And he was my world back then. I didn't know anything else because he was my first boyfriend. He was giving me everything. He was buying me everything. I didn't even have a job or anything. He taught me how to drive, cook, everything. Okay? And I did go back and forth to him. Okay? I'm not going to lie. But we were dating. And we ended up having a child together and things like that. So we were dating. All right? We were going to get married and everything. So that was a different situation. But I still ended up leaving. And I also used to fight him back because I just wasn't going to, be letting him hit me and things like that. He did it when he got high and stuff. Not just off of weed, but he was doing other things. I didn't even know because I didn't do that type of stuff. All right. But I left and stayed away the last time I left. Because I knew back then at 16, 17, 18 that, this is not the type of stuff I should be going through. So I cannot buy that story, she's young, she don't know. She was older than me. And this world today is different than back in the 80s and stuff like that. It's not the same. I forgot to buy me a snack. Well, I guess I didn't need no snack, huh? You said she needs someone to teach her how to think and interpret her own life. The actions for her. Maybe. Maybe. But I don't think she was that naive, okay? In toxic relationship, victims often don't know how twisted things are until much later. Just because they were in a couple doesn't mean their dynamics are much different. Well, what I'm saying is that when you are a couple, there's it's a different type of relationship than if you're just friends with someone or they're your boss. It's not the same type of relationship. That's what I'm saying. That's not no damn intimate. When you are, do you know that when stars have you being their assistant, you can do many different things. You can iron for them, cook for them, give them their medicine, crack their knuckles, scratch their hair, give them a massage. They do everything. That's why I couldn't take that job. Okay, I mean, I just couldn't do it. But I applied for an assistant job. When they told me everything you would do, I was like, no, I'm not your maid. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what you are. You do everything for them. You go pick up their laundry, take their laundry to the dry cleaners, whatever. Some even clean up. If they got kids, they help with the kids. They do everything. Yeah, cracking knuckles, back massages, scratch your hair, all types of stuff. Massage your feet, shit, whatever. And remember, since these people are celebs, shit, sometimes these assistants be happy. They don't be caring. They do all that stuff. And some even do other things. I mean, for real, in that industry, it can be a hot ass mess. So, it's still not the same type of relationship that you have when you're dating someone, okay? When you are in love with somebody and you're dating, that's totally different. So let's see what else we got here. So let's go another one here. It's another one right here. So defense questions Maya. Excuse me. Yeah, it says defense questions Maya or social media posts featuring Combs. Okay, so on cross-examination, defense attorney Brian Steele confronted Maya with a series of her social media posts to question whether Sean Combs really traumatized her the way she describes on direct examination. One post from October 2013 showed a picture of Combs in a coffee shop with the caption, "Just #1 guy on the Forbes list, getting me a vanilla latte. No big deal." Steele noted the post came about 4 years after you say Sean Combs has traumatized your life, right? And then Maya testified, "Yeah, Maya, girl, I do not believe you. Okay, I just don't. I don't believe her 100%. Yeah, I just don't. Why? What? In 2013, and Jermaine, what are you talking about? October 2013. This is years later after he raped her numerous times. Okay, after he's physically assaulted her. Okay, after he made her do oral on him. After he wouldn't let her go out. Come on, y'all. Just the #1 guy on the Forbes list getting me a vanilla latte. No big deal. What? I wouldn't even be writing that shit down. This is the same guy who she said did all these weird things to her. And then on November the 4th, 2013, she posted a photo of herself in a hospital gown as if giving birth with Combs posed nearby, playing the doctor with a caption that read, in part, "Thank you for always letting me give birth to my dreams." You know what? This is some bullshit, okay, y'all, on everything. All right? Now, attorney still asks, you chose this image. And then Maya testified, the hell? Okay, anyway, still followed up and said, it's the image of Mr. Combs being a doctor and delivering a child, true? Maya testified, the character, yeah, it's a funny video that Andy Samberg directed. I was proud I was in a funny video. Still said it was 4 years to the day after Maya said Combs first actually assaulted her at the Plaza Hotel. And then another social media post showed Maya. Oh, I cannot do this anymore. This girl is getting on my nerves already, y'all. Hold on for a second. This is crazy, man. Honestly, if I was an attorney, I probably would get in trouble because this girl, man, these attorneys are good. Okay, they are very good. So anyway, oh my gosh. Another social media post showed Maya wearing a tutu standing next to Combs. It looks like he's holding. These people are fucking disgusting. Okay, for real. It looks like he's holding his private part in his hand, attorney Steele said. And then Maya said, if that's what you see, I guess so. And then still said, and this is the image you picked out. And then Maya said, yeah, I didn't want my family and friends to know the misery I was in. What? So you didn't want your family and friends to know that you was miserable. So you put on a tutu and you were sitting next to Combs, and it looks like he was holding his private part in his hand. And you thought this was an appropriate picture? That's the first thing. And this man did all these things to you, and you sit up here and you take a picture like this because you're trying to make your family think everything is cool? It doesn't even make no sense, you guys. And then on November the 10th, 2013, she reposted an image of a group of people in Combs' backyard pool with the caption, "The reason I never made it out last night." And then still asks, all of this is done voluntarily by you. And Maya testified, yes. This is a hot ass mess. All right, Jermaine. Either way, Diddy done. If he never beat Cassie, I don't think the feds would have a case. But he's not on trial for domestic violence. And this whole entire trial seems like that's what they are focusing on more than anything. They're trying to prove all of these charges they have on him. And they're using it, obviously they're using the domestic violence and all of that to try to prove that he was engaged in sex trafficking and what else? Conspiracy, fraud, racketeering, and some other things. What is this? And then in November 2023, hold on, let's see something. After Cassie filed her explosive civil lawsuit against Sean Combs, Maya heard from Combs' bodyguard, known as D-Rock, according to a message read in court. It said, "D-Rock, hi, how are you? I miss you so effing much." And then she said, okay. And then he messaged back said, I'm about to call you. And in the phone call, Maya testified that D-Rock first started catching me up on his life, what was going on. It sounded like a normal conversation, and then he changed it to, "It's crazy what's going on." In her testimony, Maya quoted D-Rock saying, because, Puff and Cass would just fight like a normal couple. Maya told the court the tone made her skeptical. That's not how D-Rock talks, and D-Rock was around that a lot. Maya testified he had witnessed the violence. Prosecutor Madison Spicer asked, "Would you say the fights were normal?" And then she said, "Absolutely not." Maya testified that D-Rock persisted and eventually said Combs was going to call her, which Maya testified he did. She said, "I threw my phone as far as it would go and I ran outside." It was just so triggering. That was triggering, but all the other stuff wasn't. You're writing all these messages, you posing with him, you're saying happy birthday on not the same year, but the same time that he raped you. Because remember, he raped her on his birthday. Anyway, they said then came a follow-up message from D-Rock. He said, "Your boy said to call you. He doesn't want or need you to do anything." And then Maya testified she remembered thinking, "Oh my gosh, it's not going to stop." Then more messages from D-Rock followed in February 2024, including one that said, "Let me sing you something," which Maya testified she understood to mean money. On February the 4th, 2024, Maya received a message from Combs. "Hey Maya, it's Puff. Please let me know when you get 10 minutes to talk. She did not respond. She told the court, I was terrified. She testified. Another message followed 3 days later. Said, hey, I don't want to be blowing up your phone. Just need to talk to you for 10 minutes. Just need my memory jogged on some things. You were my right hand for years, so I just need to speak to you to remember who was even around me. And it would be good to hear your voice, the message read. Maya testified she ignored that message. She ignored that message too. And then Smizer asked, why did she not respond when it seemed Combs was being nice? She said, I knew it was a front, Maya testified. Maya's direct testimony ended by her explaining to the jury that she has been unable to hold a job since leaving Combs. She said, I haven't been able to do it because I suffer from complex, severe PTSD. I would be triggered by really normal situations with like an overwhelming sense of fear of being in trouble. Smizer asked, who was the person who caused these feelings? And then Maya testified, Puff. Okay. Anyway, so they said that Maya tried to run away from her job on New Year's Eve 2010, according to her testimony. Combs' former assistant testified that she was with Combs, Kim Porter, and their children on a yacht he chartered in St. Barth's when she alleged Combs called her into his cabin and asked her to count money. He got really angry with me and started yelling that I was counting too slow. And that's another thing. That's right. She did say that he would go off when she was doing stuff too slow, and if she didn't do stuff right, or if she asked certain questions and things like that. So I'm still trying to figure out how did she still return back to him to work for him. She said he really got irate with me. I was trying to count the money. This is the same lady who said, is this the same lady who said that her tampon got, was used up and blood started running down her legs? Is this the same lady? She said, because that wasn't my job. I wanted to make sure it was right. She then told the court that Combs said to her, you better learn to walk on water like Jesus, B-I-T-C-H, and chase me out of the room. And then he chased her out of the room. Okay. Anyway, the yacht crew took her to shore, but then received a call on a walkie-talkie saying she had to come back. And then the prosecutor, Madison Smizer, asked her, did you want to go back to the boat? And she said, no, I just wanted to run and hide and figure out a way out of St. Barth. I just wanted to get away from him. Instead, she testified that she returned to the boat. I felt I had to. I obeyed Puff's orders. Later, she told the court she was informed she would be suspended. She testified it was one of several times that happened. Okay, so when you got suspended, why didn't she just stay gone? You said, forced coercion. I'm trying to be unbiased. I've been saying all these fools been lying. Lies, all lies, yes. I'm not saying that they lied, they are lying completely. I think it's a lot of lies mixed in with truth, okay? And I also believe that some things it was consensual, and then I also believe that some things weren't, okay? So she said she was informed that she was going to be suspended, and she said that happened before. Then she said there would be some sort of violent situations where I would be chased and be hiding somewhere. Okay, she testified of occasions when she would be suspended. It was pretty much when I reacted. And then the prosecutor asked her who was violent in these situations. And then she said, Puff. She told the court about one suspension in March 2011 after Combs entered his LA home and asked Maya to pull some workout clothes for him. He didn't notice that I had laid all the options out on the closet floor and had laid some out on the dresser in the entryway. He began cursing me out, going on a rant about the lack of options and how he hated certain things. And he's yelling. I tried to point to the other options and also say, and if you don't like any of these, I can help you find something. She testified something violent happened after that, but she did not recall what. So you forgot what happened that was violent? Okay. That's so disgusting. Anyway, let's see. In another email, James Cruz, who worked for Bad Boy as talent manager, asked her who is handling Chicks for Kids Choice Awards. Maya emailed back and said I would totally help, but he's firing me at the moment. That same day, Maya received an email from one of Combs' bodyguards, known as D-Rock, who asked her what happened. Maya said in the email, he is so psychotic. He's so psychotic. D, he's so mean. He just went bat blank crazy on me because he didn't see all of his workout options folded, organized. And then she asked D-Rock, give me a warning before you guys come back. Okay. These people are weird as hell, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of weird shit going on here. I don't know what to make of this stuff right here. This is weird, okay? This is a weird situation. The whole entire thing is. Then in October 2015, when Maya accompanied Cassie to South Africa, where she was shooting a movie, this was her time to escape. She testified she received WhatsApp messages from seancombs demanding to speak with Cassie on the phone. He said, if you don't call me now, F it all. And I'm going to tell everything. What? What? Hold on. These people act like little bitty kids. Hold on. So in October 2015, Maya went with Cassie to South Africa, where she was shooting a movie. So seancombs wanted to speak to Cassie on the phone. So he said, if you don't call me now, F it all. And I'ma tell everything. And don't ever speak me again. You have 2 minutes. F her. Call my house now or never speak to me again. F ABC and all lawyers. Let's go to war. Okay, he sound like a damn kid. Okay, y'all, this is weird. This reminds it. You know, honestly, this is bringing back flashbacks. This part right here. If you don't call me now, F it all. And I'm going to tell you everything. And don't ever speak me again. Do that mean don't ever speak to me again? You have 2 minutes. F her. Call my house now or never speak to me again. F, ABC, and all lawyers. Let's go to war. This sure is a hot ass mess. Okay, this is a hot ass mess for real. I'm just looking at the grammar right here for real. I can't even read this shit right because the way they write. This sounds like a little kid, you guys. If you don't call me now, F it. F it all. And I'ma tell everything. And don't ever speak me again. You have 2 minutes. 2 men, that's what he said. F her. Call my HS house, I guess, now or never speak to me. F, ABC, and all lawyers. Let's go to war. So this was when? 2015. So Maya told the jury the message contained several threats. So she said, so wait a minute, hold on. I don't see no real threats. He said, never speak to me again. You should have been happy. Let's keep it real. I would have been like, okay. And then he said, FABC and all lawyers. It sounds like ABC, of course, that's a TV station, right? So any type of business that she could have been doing, I guess what he was going to help her with, he was like, forget that, I'm not going to help you, whatever. That's why he kept doing these things to people, because people, wanted these careers so bad. Whatever he was doing for them, they wanted it. And he knew that. And that's why he did what he did. This is why he's saying what he's saying in this message. She said, I thought he was going to tell Cass about the extra assaults framed on me. How was they framed on her? Explaining that she believed Combs would portray the alleged extra assault he committed as consensual encounters initiated by her. That's why when he did it the first time, she should have went to the hospital. So this is the next part of the message. She said, no, she's explaining the next part of the message. Just like I said, she said she had finally created and developed and started writing a comedy TV show based on a funny version of a character like her in his world, and we had sold it to ABC. And when I was in South Africa, the press broke, and it was the most exciting thing. He's threatening to take it away, just like I said. You can tell that's why he said ABC. All he was doing is doing manipulation tactics. And I would have told him to take that role and stick it dead up in his butt, because that's what he needed someone to do. All right? And stop acting desperate. And this is the reason why he was doing all of these things. He said right here, look, if you don't call me now, F it all. So he said F it all, meaning whatever he was doing for them. And then he said, I'm going to tell everything. What was he telling? He talking about the actual assaults right there, right? He's going to tell Cassie that she and him had consensual things. But who's to say that she is telling the truth about the actual assault? We don't know. Where's the proof of that? And he could have done extra assault. We don't know. That's the thing. We just don't know. And if she knows, honestly, if she knows that he did extra assault to her, I wouldn't give two craps if he did tell Cassie. Because if her and Cassie are like sisters, and then, if he was beating Cassie like she claims and like everybody else claims, and Cassie claims, wouldn't Cassie believe her over him? Right, he was a gatekeeper. And so she explained the next one. Let's see. Okay, I already told you about that. So the prosecutor asked her, did the show end up airing? She said no. And then in another message, Combs insisted, call me now, call me now, call me now, call me now, call me now. If this ain't damn crazy, you tell me what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He said that 5 times. Call me now, call me now, call me now, call me now, call me now. And then Maya told the court she tried to assure him she and Cassie were not ignoring him, but they were busy on the movie set. He wanted his way too. This dude liked to have his way. You know what I'm saying? If you don't do what he wants you to do right then and there, he gets mad and start doing these threats. I'm not gonna help you in the industry no more. I'm gonna pull the plug on your show. I'm not gonna give you no money. I'm gonna fire you. I'm gonna beat your butt. Things like that. I'm gonna tell Cassie it was consensual. You threw yourself on me. Just say even if it was consensual, it doesn't mean that he should have been doing something with her. Okay? And then she said, I have come. No, I don't know. This was Combs who said this. Sean said, this dude is familiar. Okay? I have come to the conclusion it's best that we no longer have any dealings. Please don't call me. I won't call you. And she should have said, should have did this. Okay, cool. And when they got back to the States, wherever she lived, if she was living at his house, she shouldn't even went back and got anything. She could have went to the police and had them assist her to go get her stuff. They will do that and go get her stuff. I would have moved from that location where I'm staying at, my family or whatever, and everything, because you have to do that with this type of person. You know what I'm saying? At least, from what they say, the allegations that he has. And with her seeing him beat the hell out of Cassie, yeah, you got to move. You got to move your family, because, you just never know. That's what she should have done. And if Cassie didn't want to go, then Cassie could have stayed. And then the jury saw other messages in which Maya would sign off "love you" or "I love you," but she testified that was meant to make Combs feel good, and it was not expressing romantic interest. I don't know about that. Remember, I said it sounds like they were a couple too, that they were romantic, because you can't convince me that it was just employee relationship and friends, because it sounds something a little bit more. Honestly, it just really does. Let's see what else they got here. She said that Combs would ask her to do 17,000 things at one time, cracking his knuckles to writing his next movie to doing his taxes. He can also have you standing next to him for 22 hours doing nothing. And I wouldn't have been working for him, because that is weird. This dude act like he has a complex, right? What do you call that when people think they're better than everybody else? They just better. That's what he seems like to me. Okay. Standing next to him for 22 hours, girl, you was crazy as hell. Maya testified that she feared she couldn't tell him no. So when she alleges Combs climbed on top of her and actually assaulted her in a bunk bed in his house, she told the court, "I just froze." Combs denies actually assaulting anyone, but Maya testified that it happened more than once, leaving her feeling terrified and confused and ashamed and scared. But yet, after this happened so many times, she still went back. She still wrote all those messages saying, "I love you." You could have said, "You are my friend," or something else. You don't have to use the word love. Combs is not charged with actual assault, but Maya's allegations are part of the forced labor element of racketeering conspiracy charges he faces, which he has denied. Oh, man. Yeah, this is, like I said before, I already read the part to you guys where she talked about when she was raped by him, allegedly. Yeah. And we made her go down on him and stuff. This is crazy. Like I just said, this whole entire thing with her is weird, okay? And I just don't believe her story 100%, not even 90%, not even 80%. And I don't believe that they were just employee, and just friends. I just don't. Okay, I do not believe that. And I believe that, maybe they did have non-consensual and consensual too. I don't know. She's going to testify again on Monday, like I said before. This is plainly ridiculous, though. Hold on for 1 second, y'all. But anyway, what do you guys think about that? Her testimony. Let me see what else I have on her. It seems like I went over everything she talked about. Let me see what else they asked her. See if they go over the same thing. And she was aggressively cross-examined too by Diddy's lawyers. Damn, they got these ads coming up. I don't want to sign up for this mess. Some of these things you be watching, be trying to get you to sign up. Oh no, this is a YouTube video. Sorry. Get off of this. So what do you guys think about her testimony? Get girl. Get girl. All right now. Y'all know I'm sitting up here watching the video. I'm about to go back to this. Let me share this to myself. I need to go back and watch this. I don't know what to say about this girl's testimony, you guys. It's a hot ass mess. Again, like I said, I don't know if I believe everything that she's saying. I mean, crying, that doesn't mean anything to me. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, okay? Because many people cry. But I just don't know if I can believe everything she says. I really just don't know. And it sounds like they had they have something else going on than just the employer relationship. You know, that's why she kept on coming back. You cannot convince me that no feelings was there. You keep on coming back. This dude is doing the most. He's stopping you from leaving. He's graping you. He's putting his you know what in your mouth and making you do that. He's putting your arm in the door, trying to break it. He's calling you names, belittling you, making you stand for 22 hours next to him. He got you doing all this weird shit. Just being his damn maid and stuff. You're counting money. You're cracking his knuckles. You're doing every damn thing. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of stuff. You're saying I love him, and I know you can love people in a friendly way too. She said I love you, then she said something else with love. I can't remember what it was. It's a lot of stuff. And so I don't know if she liked him more or what. I just believe there's more to this, a lot more to this entire thing. And the thing about it, if Diddy did any of these allegations, he definitely deserves to pay for it. But if he didn't, he does not deserve to be paying for something if he did not do it. If these acts were consensual, and maybe they have proof of that, like in messages and stuff like that. The only thing that we know 100% though, we do know that he beat the shit out of Cassie. We know that for sure because we did see that in the video. This is crazy though. This whole entire case is crazy. And especially this lady right here. So this is what Suge Knight said. He said that Diddy, he said Diddy is guilty of being a cold, freaky man. And he thinks Diddy should take the stand. I think he should too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know because I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just saying I think he should so he can explain to everybody, what happened, period. So Suge Knight said, if Puffy got on the stand and told the truth, I know he would walk. If he got on the stand and said, look, I am bi. Okay, Suge said, I am GAYN straight. I mess with guys. I mess with women. I do it all. Puffy is not guilty for the things he did to these people. He's guilty for being a cold, freaky man who wants freaky things done to him. Okay, sure. Okay, I don't know what to say after that, okay? That's crazy. And then he said, but in the Cassie situation, they could not say he was having sex with the men also, because that will make it look like his origin. It won't be sex trafficking. It won't be forcing stuff to do. But at the end of the day, there's no way Puffy should go to prison for the rest of his life. And he does not like Sean Diddy Combs. Remember that. They don't like each other. Okay? See, the thing is, for the domestic violence, I guess it's too late for charges on that mistake. Okay? But I still feel like Cassie should have done something about that a long time ago. Maybe not the first, second year, but I think you have up until 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. And I think she should have filed charges on him for that a long time ago. Instead, she got that money. All right? But she could have did both. You know what I'm saying? So this stuff that they got him on trial for right now, the RICO and all this other stuff, I'm just trying to figure out how all of this ties into that. Like I said the other day, I can somewhat see the extortion part of it, if it's true what Cassie's mother said. Because do they have any physical proof that this happened? Like she said, and was he being for real? If he did do that, was he being for real, or was he just, doing like people do when they get mad at each other. It sounds like they had a argument, maybe a physical fight, and he got mad and he did all of this stuff. If he did it to be funny, like some dudes do who have money. They do things like this. They take stuff away, they threaten, they're not going to really do anything. I don't know. I just don't know. This whole case to me is more like domestic violence situations. Okay, these two people really shouldn't be together, shouldn't have been together. And it's just, he's a woman abuser, beater or whatever you want to call it. And he honestly needs to get help regarding that, because that part of it we know he did, beating Cassie, but all this other stuff, it just seems like, I don't know. I just think it's more to it. I think, he could possibly have forced people to do actual things. I don't know for sure, because I don't really see no proof, so I don't know for sure. A lot of money was probably involved, more than likely. He promising people success in the entertainment industry, so he definitely could use that as leverage when they didn't do certain things. You know what I'm saying? Just had too much power over people's lives too. I believe that definitely, and I don't think he should have had that type of power. But far as this girl Maya being young, yes, it can play a little, it can play a role in this a little, but at the same time, this is the 2000s, and so much is out there now, for young women to see and to know certain things. So for me, there's no excuse, all right, to be going back and forth to this dude, all right, when he's doing all these things, if what she said that he did, if it's actually true. I don't understand how you can go back to a rapist many times, all right? He did it. He raped her at least 3 times. And then you go back and forth and you write all these messages. You telling him happy birthday on the same date or the same time, not the same actual day, but he raped her on his birthday. And then you're going to tell him happy birthday 5 years later? Please. Because you spend 24 hours, 7 days a week with someone, it still doesn't mean you have to take their physical abuse and take being great. That's crazy. And this, yeah, I agree on that. He definitely did that. Like so many people do. Okay? Manipulators, narcissistic people. That's what they do. And Suge is crazy as hell. Somebody said Diddy is more than a freak. He is a rapist. He beats females and males. He drugs people, drinks, and assault those who he drugged and video each assault. But we haven't seen them. Why are people saying these things when we haven't even seen? You know what? That's what they're missing. They haven't said anything about the videos. No video stuff. Like, like when they came in, they said they had a bunch of videos, right? Where are the videos that shows that he drugged these people, and that he physically assaulted these people on tape and raped these people on tape, and he had underage kids and things like that, and he raped males? Where is this in the videos? Why haven't we heard anything about that? Somebody said, so how is he drugging people who are willing, grabbing the what plate, the white powder plate? Please explain how, and please explain everyone why out of 226 witnesses they only called 16, but the 26 people who said she a freak and a abuser too, like Common and said, yeah, they had a volatile situation. But every time Diddy went in a room with another woman, Cassie was jumping from dude to dude, sometimes 3 to 4 guys in one night, trying to make Diddy jealous. He wasn't, because he a freak. This girl ain't no victim. No way. A bunch of disgruntled employees who are broke now, and they feel Diddy ruined their careers. Facts, but he didn't. They did. Facts. And I think it's some truth to what this person said too, okay? I really do. Somebody said, I read these comments, but let me tell y'all something. Suge Knight knows more about Diddy than any one of us commenting on here. Suge Knight knows the inside of what Diddy's been doing. He knows he's just ain't talking behind bars. They didn't give him that podcast in prison for nothing. He's going to spill the beans on Diddy because they have been fruity for a long time. You know what? Roll Records versus Bad Boy. Hit him up. I don't know if he's going to be snitching on this dude no more than what he has to. The thing about it, people have been saying Diddy was a woman beater for the longest. There was rumors about him beating Cassie. I mean, you know, when she had the glasses on, people were saying she had a black eye, and that was true. When she cut her hair like that, they said that Sean Diddy Combs made her do it. When she got her breast enlarged, if she had one, they said that he is the one made her do that, and just so much. So these were rumors for the longest. So everybody already knew this. All right. So this person says, sorry, rest in peace, Hugh Hefner. All those underage girls, his mansion filled with dignitaries, celebs, mad people of status and power. Not one write-up of his freaky lifestyle. Black people, okay, you've been blessed with success. You cannot do as other non-folks of color do. It's not called white privilege for nothing. Get yourself two freaky girls. Have them on a hefty allowance and be happy. Okay. Let's see what this person said. Somebody said there is no federal crime involved at all in this case. He's walking with time served. So anyway, like I said, Suge may have a point with some of the stuff that he said. I don't know if I agree with everything he said, but I think he may have a point with some of the stuff that he said. I gotta see what they said. I'm about to read this real quick in a minute too. Okay, let's just say this right here real quick. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Then that's gonna be it with this comb stuff for today. Hold on. Let's see. I think that's it. And we already know that Trump said he will look at the facts on pardon, giving Diddy a pardon. Okay. And then Maya did say that Puff's authority was above the police. Now, not a long time ago, but back in when I first started talking about this case, I remember telling you guys that the New York Police Department had a picture of Diddy up, and it said, basically, don't mess with him. Okay, allegedly. So let's see. Maya explained in court why she never reported the alleged sexual assaults or abuse. So we can listen to a reenactment of this. Well, no, we can't. We're not going to watch this whole trial. No reenactment. That's out. Okay, but they do have a reenactment of this trial on, I don't know, I guess this is YouTube. Okay, and stuff. But anyway, she did say that Diddy was above or over. Oh, let me see what she said exactly so I can get this right. She said that Diddy, hold on, was above the police, okay? And I do believe that. I'll tell you that straight up. I do believe that just because, back in when this first happened, I think it was in November of 2023 when Cassie first did the lawsuit. I remember reading an article saying what I just said about the New York Police Department having a picture and said, don't mess with this dude right here, whatever the case is. And this is all allegedly in that they were on his payroll or something like that. So I do believe that part. I really, truly do. And that's why I said, I don't know what police department she went to tell. Definitely not the New York Police Department. That's what I said. But maybe a different one or something, even though they wouldn't have jurisdiction, but maybe, they could have done something. I don't know. But she surely should have told somebody that's dealing with law enforcement, maybe a lawyer or something, and then he would know what to do. Maybe she could have hired a lawyer, and, maybe he could have, helped her or whatever the case is. So y'all said what? The prosecution does not want the tapes to be shown. I think the jury has seen a few recordings, but it wasn't released to the press. Yeah, but why haven't they talked about that? Because you know why? Because I believe the only thing that was on those tapes is basically regular extra stuff and these people being freakazoids, period. And maybe some celebs were there as well. So during the testimony of Cassie, the jury was presented with still images of videos depicting alleged freak-off encounters. Right, I remember that right there, but the actual videos that they found. Look at this. But what was in those videos? They did tell us about a little of it, but I don't remember seeing nothing about underage kids or people looking like they were being abused or anything like that. So I don't know. This is weird. This whole case is weird. So let's go ahead and look over here. Okay, let me go back to see what else we got here. I think that's it though for today. Yeah, I think that's it, you guys. I think I covered everything. Let's make sure. Yeah, I think that's it. Let me look at one more thing about the videos. Hold on, y'all. Let me see what was on those videos. Hold on for a second. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's see if I can find out exactly. Let's see real quick. It is 1:29 a.m. out here on the West Coast, you guys. We've been on here for 2 hours. Okay, let's see here. Let's see if we can find anything. They said in those videotapes, okay, they're trying to prove, okay, let's see. But you know what? They got what the freak off is. But if all of this is consensual, okay, I don't really see anything illegal besides the DRUG. Okay, if everything was consensual. Now they claim there was coercion to participate in these events, right? That's what they have to prove. Because don't forget that Cassie did have, let me think. Cassie did hire some of these male escorts. And if I'm not mistaken, did she hire male escorts even when Sean Diddy Combs wasn't around? And then she was also paying them. And he probably did threaten to release footage of those freak offs to blackmail her. Okay, I didn't say that he actually did. I said probably, and to control her, because I can see that. And I definitely believe that he did play one of those videos on a commercial flight. And he probably did use those as a tool for blackmail. So the videos, but they don't need to release those to the public. They should just tell us exactly what was in those videos. If anything illegal was there, we don't need to know about just regular actual acts. If it looks like he coerced anybody or raped anybody, they should be telling us this. And I haven't seen them say anything about those videos like that. I think they did talk about the baby oil and stuff, and of course the drugs. But other than that, I mean, like some of these people, like Allie and the other girl and all that, where's all this stuff at? You know, all those girls that I talked about back in 2024 and stuff. Allie and I forgot the rest of them, Kanisha, some, I can't remember these girls' names. But yeah, all these allegations they made, why weren't, maybe one of them will be on the witness stand? Because I'm just trying to figure out, are they in any of those videos? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because we don't hear anything about none of that being in the videos so far. It's weird. This whole case is weird. It really, truly is. So do y'all have anything else to say about this case? Because this is crazy. And they claim this will go on until the weekend of the 4th of July. All right, so they got a lot more witnesses to call up. I don't know who the next witnesses will be. Maya will be continuing to do her testimony on Monday. I don't know what more she could say, though. And how old is this girl now? Let me see how old she is now. She got to be 30 something at least. Let me see. Let's see. She worked. No, hold on. She was around the age 25 when she started working. Oh yeah, she should have known better. You guys, I thought the way you guys are talking, I thought she was 18 or something, or 22. Not 18, but like 22 or 21. So in 2009, she was around 25. 2009, 19, 20, 21, 22, so so she like 40 some years old now, 41. Okay. And she worked for Combs from 2009 to 2017. Okay, 8 years. That is crazy. But anyway, y'all, I will finish recapping Sean Diddy Combs trial on Monday. Okay, and that would be trial day 14. All right. And like I said, they must have a lot of witnesses, because I don't see this going on so long, because we got the rest of June. You know, we got June to be here then. So, well, actually, that's not that long. We got 4 weeks in June, and then they'll probably do another 2 weeks of this witness stuff. So yeah, I can see it. I can see it. So the 4th of July, it should be over. So do you guys think that Combs will be convicted or what? Or do you think he will get off? Or do you think he will be convicted and then get a pardon? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments section. And we are getting ready to go to our Fuckery Friday stuff Saturday, and then we're going to get out of here. All right. And so again, on Monday, I'll go ahead and recap trial day number 14, and we will go over some more of Maya's testimony and whomever else they have up there. Let me see what to expect on Monday. Let's see. Let's see real quick, y'all. Sorry about that. Let's see. So on Monday, let's see. Why does it always have to be a book? So they said once Maya testimony wraps up, the prosecution will call its next witnesses. While specific names are not always announced publicly in advance, it has been reported that Maya is the second of 3 women expected to testify that were actually abused by Combs. So she is the second of the 3 women. So who is the third woman? Is that the lady that they've been trying to locate and she done disappeared? It says, so therefore after Maya, the next witness could be Jane, another alleged victim who is expected to testify about participating in freak-offs. So then they will also be trying to build the prosecution case. The prosecution will continue to present evidence to build their case for racketeering, conspiracy, ex-trafficking, and other related charges. This will involve more witnesses, testimony, and potentially the introduction of more exhibits such as financial records, communications, or other video evidence. Then they're going to focus on patterns of behavior. Expect the prosecution to continue drawing connections between various testimonies to establish a pattern of control, coercion, and abuse that they allege form Combs' criminal enterprise. All right. All right. So there you go. So now let's go to move on to the Fuckery Friday. You said not sure. You're not sure. Okay. So you don't think now it can't be no possible mistrial. Because I remember before you were saying that it may be a mistrial. Okay, let's see here. Let me go and put this other matter up for Fuckery. I'm just going to put Fuckery Saturday because it is Saturday now. Okay, hold on. Well, actually, I can just put that up here. Okay. All right, so let's see here. So first thing first, you guys. Todd Is it Crisley? Y'all remember those two just got, the husband and wife just got a pardon by Trump and got released from prison. Anyway, they exposed cruel Black inmate treatment upon prison release. And remember when I was talking to you guys about that, and I was telling you guys a lot of Black people talk about racism, but yet some get themselves put inside of one of the most racist places, and that's jail and prison. So she's his wife and the husband is about to basically let you guys know. All right. You say you can still see a mistrial. Okay. So why do you see a mistrial, Jermaine? So anyway, let's see here. They got themselves looking good again. Anyway, they said that Black inmates were treated unfairly. He witnessed a lot of that going on while he was in prison for 2 years at a federal prison camp in Pensacola. He had some candid remarks about systemic racial disparities in prison, sparked widespread discussion. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what he's saying. Okay, hold on, let's see. He said that black inmates were treated differently. He said, I saw young African American men denied programming and resources that he was given. He said it's not fair. And he said, we know why. His acknowledgement of white privilege, implying his race, afforded him better access. And it just, you know what, they even say here that black inmates face harsher treatment in prison. And this is why, I don't know why, some black men continue to do illegal things that get them in this very same place, in the very place that so many of them claim they don't want to go. And some of these same men complain about racism and how they treat blacks, but yet they get themselves incarcerated where they are free to basically practice their racism and prejudice. Let's see what else he said, because he's going to be talking about his experience there, and I will be listening. So let's see this. A 2023 sentencing project report found black Americans, who make up 13% of the population, account for 38% of the prison population. Black inmates are more likely to receive longer sentences, 19% longer than white inmates for smaller crimes. Okay? And they also face harsher disciplinary actions. And they are at facilities like FPC Pensacola, black inmates are often denied access to educational programs, job training, and early release credits. And Todd Chrisley, he noted that as well. They also have racial profiling in prisons. They said black inmates are subjected to more frequent searches in solitary confinement. A 2021 Bureau of Justice Statistics study shows they are twice as likely to face punitive measures, overcrowding, understaffing, and inadequate health care. And Todd also referenced that. He said it hit the black inmates the hardest, with limited access to medical care for chronic conditions. Also, they had biased guard interactions. He also said that black inmates reportedly face stricter scrutiny. They have fewer chances of being rehabbed, fewer chances of getting GED courses or vocational training. He said he got access to things they didn't. A 2024 ACLU report noted black inmates are often excluded from work assignments that reduce sentences. So they end up staying there longer, okay? So Todd said black inmates at federal facilities described being stereotyped as troublemakers, leading to harsher punishments for minor infractions. He also said the lack of mental health support and family visitation rights affects the black inmates and their families, okay? So, again, like I said before, this is why I don't understand why, so many black people just continue to do things, to put them in that type of situation. If you know you have been incarcerated one time and you see what happens, even if you didn't see these things happening, why take the chance of going there again so you may see it the next time? I mean, I don't understand that. It's weird because some black people talk about, the system and how the justice system is not fair to black people and how so many people are racist and things like that. And yet they do stuff to get them in that very same place that they complain about. It doesn't make any type of sense whatsoever. And I'm glad that Todd Chrisley is talking about this. He's telling you what he's seen the 2 years he was incarcerated in the federal penitentiary. It's crazy. And that's straight up some fuckery. All right. And he will be talking about it more in detail. So you can just go to hiphopvibe.com to finish reading more about that. All right. So let's see what you said, Jermaine. Jermaine said, I think Cassie's testimony was used in a manipulative and prejudicial way. It could have caused the jury to be sympathetic, but this judge ain't having it. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So let's see what else we got here real quick for some fuckery news. So this is not no fuckery news, but anyway, this is a good thing. American Airlines ticket agents' gut feelings saves 2 girls from potential human trafficking. All right. So that is good right there, guys. It really, truly is. Let's see. We got the story. We don't have the full story here, but I'm just glad this damn American Airlines ticket person was being alert and and just notice certain things, because a lot of times people don't notice stuff, and people get away with doing crimes and stuff like that. So I'm glad this ticket person had their eyes open. I don't see the story anymore, but I remember reading about it. Okay, and so I'm just glad that this person was doing their job and was able to stop this from happening. Okay, let's see what else we got going on here. So let's see what else we got. Hold on, y'all. Let me see what else I have. I think that's it. I think I showed y'all everything. Hold on, let me see if I got anything else up in here with some fuckery news before we get out of here. Gotta go take this over here, man. I actually forgot to get the fuckery news because I've been doing dang on Diddy so damn much. It's ridiculous. Diddy every single day until this trial is over. Let's see what we got here. Somebody else being sued for great kidnapping and assault. I guess his name is Zion Williamson. That's what he was just sued for, great kidnapping and assault. And let's see. So another Jane Doe filed a civil lawsuit in Los Angeles Superior Court against the New Orleans Pelicans star Zion Williamson for allegedly great kidnapping and a pattern of abusive behavior during their relationship from 2018 to 2023. Okay, 18, 19, 1, 2, 3, 5 years, man. Anyway, his legal team denies the allegations, calling them false and financially motivated. All right. So this is the dude right here. Let me show y'all. All lies, you say blasphemy, huh? Jermaine, why do you say everybody be lying? At least you can do like I say. I'd be like, it's a slight possibility that they're telling a lie and telling the truth at the same time. Okay? So yeah, that's tripped out, huh? She did a 12-page filing. Let's see. Okay, so I mean, we're gonna have to keep watching this this right here and see what happens. So she says that he raped her in 2020 and he did physical, emotional, and financial abuse. Damn. That's crazy. Let's see here. She claims she visited his Beverly Hills rental during his training. After expressing she was tired and wanted to sleep, Williamson allegedly called her stuck up in a bitch, insisting she couldn't sleep without X. When she refused, he allegedly pinned her down and raped her, later choking her and taking her phone. And then another incident happened in October 2020. She said after she planned to visit friends in San Diego, she said that Williamson got enraged, threw her to the floor, and raped her, and took her phone and laptop to prevent her from seeking help. They also said that he was allegedly he was intoxicated during many of these incidents. And they said that his team, his lawyers, insist the claims are baseless, and at no point did the plaintiff raise concerns during the relationship. So they said the kidnapping claims, they said that he allegedly locked the plaintiff in his car and transported her against her will. They also said that she alleged that he slammed the car door on her head during an escape attempt, causing her to lose consciousness. The plaintiff also claims Williamson strangled her multiple times, pointed a loaded gun at her head in 2022, and threatened to have his security guard unalive her and her parents. Wow. She also said that he tracked her location and filmed her without consent. This is crazy, man. So anyway, these damn celebrities, man. You got Shannon Sharp, okay? You got Ryan Garcia. He faced a battery charge in 2024. Let's see who else. You got Deshaun Watson, accused of sexual misconduct in 2021. And then you got all these other people, these stars and stuff that's been accused of some type of extra assault, physical or whatever. Russell Brand, damn, I hurt my thing. Ouch. And you just got so many different people, y'all. It's just plainly ridiculous. Now we got to see if he's going to get any criminal charges next. If this is true. This is crazy. Let's see what you said. You said you have to recuse yourself from this one. You can't be unbiased. I would never do a thumbnail portraying a Duke player, current or present, in a negative light. It's in my contract. Well, you know what, since we're gonna let me keep him so we can stay abreast of his situation. And if you don't do a thumbnail, I'll do it and put it up there. Okay, we're gonna keep him so I can remember to do it. We're gonna keep in touch with his case and see what would happen. I'm thinking that maybe some criminal charges will come too. So here's some more fuckery. Ray J predicts that Diddy will walk free. Okay, he said, I think they made their point. Let's see what he's saying. He said, I personally think it's going to happen faster than a lot of people think. Okay, he said, I think we are all starting to see what this is, even if you are on the other side of it. I mean, the justice system is the justice system. Where does this fit in right as opposed to right and wrong? It's off. I don't like it, and I want to be vocal about it. Okay? So then they said, looking at the crimes that he's been charged for, this is where it starts to go overboard. Ray J said, whoever was mad at the top was really mad. I think it's a flex because what are they trying to get out of this court case? Do they want to see Puffy rot in jail? And then he said, is that what we are here for? Because I think that's unfair. I honestly think that Diddy will get out and there's nothing here. I think they made their point. Whatever we're trying to make, your point is made. Now let Diddy out. Free Diddy. And then he also talked about that video with Cassie getting beat up by Diddy. He said that he find that video disturbing, but said it was not enough to convict Diddy of ex-trafficking and racketeering charges. He said, I was very hurt when I saw the video. I could not believe it. I was very disappointed, and I still am. My heart goes out to Cassie. There's nothing about that was okay. If he was charged for something that maybe fit what we saw in the video, we all would kind of understand what's going on. Ray J claimed that he was hanging out with Diddy up until September 2024. He also denied any knowledge of the so-called freak-offs, the DRUG through X parties Diddy allegedly orchestrated. He said, all I got from that when I hung out with Diddy is this is word to my mom and kids. He always inspired me to be great. He said, I attended a lot of parties with Diddy and there was never a freak off. Whatever door they are talking about, the freaky door, I never got an invitation, never knew it existed. And I feel like in my world that I am in, and I like to party and have fun, at least I would have got an invitation. But they didn't want him to come, shit, obviously, huh? Okay. So let's see one more thing. Let's see, hold on. So one of Diddy's longtime friends said that he thinks Diddy will testify, okay? So his name is Charluki or Charlucy Finney. Anyway, let's see. I hate when they do this. I'm not going to play his video. Let's see. We can hear a little bit. Just a little. Maybe. Hold on, y'all. They got commercials on. Like always. Let me hurry up because we've been on here 2 hours, almost 3. Let me hurry up. So listen.
Do you think Diddy's going to testify? Do you have any idea of who might go and be on the stand?
I don't think he's being.
I can show y'all.
Really?
Because I just don't think so. Because he's charismatic, he's smart, and he don't have nothing to hide. He don't have anything to hide.
Well, with all the allegations that have come in, I have to tell you, I'm not sure how many more skeletons could allegedly be in one's closet than what has come out in terms of what they have alleged. It's that end. I have seen his family in court. I've seen his mother, his sister, his
Hold on, I'll take it in a minute.
children, his daughters. Of course, his sons are there as well. I'm not the youngest among them. What has it been like for his children, some of whom lost their mother tragically just a few years ago?
Yeah, and I want people to understand that as well. These are children, right?
Mm-hmm.
That the only living parent is Puff, right? They have to sit there maybe 10 feet, 15 feet away from their father. They can't hug him. They can't kiss him. They got to whisper to him and throw signs and stuff like that to show them that they love him. And it's heartbreaking for the girls. He wasn't there for their graduation. He wasn't there for the prom. He wasn't there to to send them off to school and none of that. So it's heartbreaking.
I did have a conversation last night. We had Suge Knight on the program.
10
He
years.
was calling in from prison, and he was talking about, similarly, what you talked about, whether Diddy should testify. He seemed to think that it was in his best interest to testify. Otherwise, people would feel like he had something to hide. Now, obviously, the jurors are going to be instructed that you cannot hold against somebody who doesn't choose to testify.
Right.
But one thing he did say was he believed that Diddy would be okay because he thinks that President Trump would ultimately pardon him if he were convicted. President Trump was asked about that today, and if he would pardon Combs, and he didn't dismiss the idea. But if Combs is pardoned, do you think, if convicted, will the president pardon him?
I would hope that he do.
Okay. So we did see what he just said. If you want to see the rest of that, you can just go to see it and then to watch the rest of that, okay? So what do you guys think about that? That's his friend. A friend and a supporter. What do you think about that, Jermaine? That video? Hey, Tony Vance, what's up, what's up, what's up? So yeah, I said 10 years in regards to, you said what is a reasonable amount of time to report an actual assault. The reason why I say that because if a young adult is assaulted, sometimes they don't even say anything about it for years. You know what I'm saying? Because they be like kids. And so they may not say nothing until 5 or 6 years later. And I think they should have enough time, to file charges, and some women do the same thing. So yeah, I think it should be up to 10 years, depending on the age, depending on the situation, things like that. But not 2 to 3 years, because sometimes it takes women 4 years, even though I don't agree with that, but sometimes it takes women 4 years to tell. You know what I'm saying? And certainly if you were like a kid or something, sometimes, or like a teenager, sometimes these teenagers don't say anything. They come back later on and tell, or like if a child is being that like in the home, sometimes these kids don't say anything. Okay, so I think they need that amount of time, just for those situations alone. If a child is 10 years old and they don't say anything to 9 years later, I think they should, have the ability to do that, when they get 19 or 20 years old. But after 10 years, I think it's just, ridiculous. But up to 10 years, I would say up to 10 years, depending on, several factors. Even for women, or men. Okay, up until 10 years. Because sometimes it takes people a while, to get the courage up to go and report that. But when you start going over 10 years, I mean, come on now. 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 30 years later, come on now. But definitely up to 10 years, because that gives you a lot of time to sit down, to talk, to think about what you want to do, and things like that. But I think they need to go to the doctor. If they've been actually assaulted, especially a grown up, I think you need to go to the emergency room or whatever and get a, the little test so they can have everything, recorded and things like that, evidence that you were actually assaulted. So another weird story is about this woman, this mom who melted to DEATH in the desert heat. She was battling an alcohol addiction. She passed on in 107-degree Las Vegas heat after being discharged from a treatment center. She was 50 years old, you guys. All right. She started hallucinating. All right. This is crazy. So this is her right here, okay? Sad situation. And it's some fuckery that the hospital, the place she was staying, didn't do more to prevent this. That is crazy. Let's see here. So they did do a wrongful, you know what, lawsuit. All right. Listen, she checked herself into Desert Hope Treatment Center seeking help with alcoholism, but she was transferred to a nearby Sunrise Hospital and Medical Center after suffering from hallucinations. But doctors at that hospital claimed she was showing some type of drug-seeking behavior, and they discharged her to her home. Later on, she was found unalive in a parking lot near Sunrise Hospital just hours after her release, with her husband, Bart, alleging he was not made privy of the emergency room visit until after she passed. So like I said, that hospital, clinic, whatever, just didn't do what they needed to do. All right, and that's what that fuckery is right there. Okay, and they do have a lawsuit pending right now. They said Melissa would not have passed on in the heat of Las Vegas had it not been for the alleged failure of medical professionals in administrative failures by both Desert Hope and Sunrise Hospital. Okay? So that's crazy. My condolences are expressed out to her husband and her other family members and friends, and my prayers are with them. Okay, so let's see. So a mother, you guys, was sentenced to life in prison for trafficking her 6-year-old daughter. The hospital let this lady discharge this lady when she went there for alcoholism and stuff. So the hospital discharged her and then make sure she got to, I guess, another hospital or wherever she's supposed to be in a safe manner. Okay, so as I was saying, the mother was sentenced to life in prison for trafficking her 6-year-old daughter, you guys. Man, these people are crazy. And this was in South Africa, all right? They were convicted of kidnapping and trafficking the girl. Allegedly she sold her daughter for it's $1,100. And she sold her child to some type of traditional healer, okay? And she said the girl was desired for her eyes and skin. This is crazy. So this is the little girl right here. So, this is weird, okay? These people are so fucking weird, it's ridiculous. Wait a minute. This is the mom and her 2 accomplices. Let's see here. So it was her, the mom, her boyfriend, and their friend. Okay? Anyway, let's see. Oh man, they still haven't found this little girl, you guys. They probably unalive this little girl. Gosh. Or either she then I'm probably, how old is this little girl? They probably gonna force her to get with some old ass man or some 6-year-old daughter then. So the girl is probably what, 7 years old now? So don't tell her what they done did to this little girl. The little girl went missing on February 2024 and has not been seen again. And for kidnapping, those 3 people were given 10-year jail terms apiece, I guess. This is crazy. Weird ass people, man. That's weird. So they said when she gets to prison, the women there are waiting for her to come. Okay? Don't tell them what they did to that little girl. They may even have her out there married to a 50-year-old. You just never know. These people are crazy as hell. Somebody said her daughter was sold for her organs. This woman was not brought up being ex-trafficked. She's a drug addict and sold her daughter to organ harvesters so she could get high. That's sad. I bet you she probably did. That little girl probably is not even alive now. That's sad. They wanted her hair and eyes, right? That's crazy, man. She needs to be on you know what rope. Somebody said the poor girl is missing and is likely passed away already. They sold her to organ harvesters. They said they wanted her eyes and skin. Proof child isn't alive. I don't know why they just only got 10 years. They should have got more than 10 years. For real. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Anyway, yeah, I hate to say it. This little girl was, don't tell them what they did to this little girl. That is sad, sad, sad situation. It's some fuckery that our mom did that. Okay? Why come she didn't sell herself since she needed money for, drugs? This is a cute little girl. Damn. What's wrong with some of these females, man? This little girl was 6 or 7 years old. 6 years old at the time. That's crazy, man. Crazy as ever. Some sad news, you guys. Two people. The Wire actor Trey Chaney's son is in critical condition after being thrown 300 feet in Georgia tornado. Okay, so hopefully, his son, who is 18 years old, is now in ICU fighting for his life. So hopefully, he recovers. Okay. And our prayers are extended out to his son and to his family as well. That's crazy. His son was found 300 feet away in the woods from his house, critically injured. That's sad. So hopefully he pulls through and everything and gets better. That's crazy. in a tornado, man. Goodness. Thrown in a tornado. And then we have Brian McKnight. His son was unalive, okay, at 32 years old. Let's see. He is unalive. Okay, let me see exactly what happened with him, Brian McKnight. This is my guy, Brian McKnight, man, back in the day. Let's see. He had cancer, okay? That's sad. He was battling cancer. And this is him right here. He was a singer too. Let me show y'all. So let's see. They got this billboard thing up here. So he was married and everything. And him and Brian McKnight. I'm not going to talk about anything negative. Just my condolences are expressed out to Brian and his family in my prayers, okay? Goodness, I don't know what kind of cancer he had or anything. But he was 32 years old, his son, Nico. He had a years-long battle with cancer, and he was only 32 years old. That's sad. He had stage 4 colon cancer. Goodness. That is sad. So what are y'all saying over here? Let's see. Yeah, definitely. That woman need to be, her ass need to be beat, first of all, okay? That's crazy. How are you selling your child for organ harvesting? Because that's exactly what she did. That's why she said they wanted her hair and skin. Damn. And to do what with? Her eyes. No, they said her eyes and skin. To do what with? That's weird. So I guess they thought they could put her eyes. I don't know. This is so weird. It's crazy stuff, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. So let's see one more story. That's gonna be it. Oh, I know what I wanted to check. Let me check this. That'll be the story. So they do have Diddy's inmate costume from Monsters Ball up for auction. Let's see how much they got it up for. His prison outfit is going up for auction. The one he wore on set 25 years ago, okay? So how much is it going for? Let's see. How much is it going for? They're not even telling us. Damn, this man, he played a role like that in damn jail for real. Transplant, right, Tony? That's crazy. Somebody wanted her eyes. They're using her eyes right now. That's crazy. They said it is expected to fetch a decent price at an auction when bidding starts on June the 7th. So we don't know how much yet. But they put who wants this? Okay, this is weird. I think it's always weird for people to buy certain things like this. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Okay, let's see here. Listen to this. This is another story. A toddler passes on at a daycare on her first day. And get this, an employee was charged. That's crazy, you guys. Let's see here. Let's see what happened to the little child. They're not telling us what happened to him. Let's see. Okay, so they did arrest 29-year-old Alexandra Coffey in connections with the little girl's unaliving. She was an employee at Creative Beginnings of Lenore, but police did not disclose her alleged role in the child's unaliving. Anyway, this lady faces one count of involuntary manslaughter, and she posted a $500,000 bond from jail. Ask her, what would she do to this little girl? First day of daycare, and this little baby gets out alive. I wonder what she did. Let's see. Somebody said she could have given her some Benadryl to make her sleep. A lot of daycares are doing this, and it gets scary to leave your child with someone you don't know. Why? That's crazy as hell, giving a child Benadryl so they can sleep at a daycare. It sure is. May said a lot of stuff about Diddy, and you're right. A lot of that shit is coming true, okay? That is crazy. Anyway, my condolences are expressed out to the little girl's parents and family members and things, and my prayers are expressed out to them as well. That is crazy. They're making money off of Diddy's free Diddy protests, okay? And just so much. That's crazy, man. $20 per hour, okay? That's crazy. So let me look at one more thing. They just capitalize off of everything Diddy. Everything. From t-shirts to all types of weird shit. If you go out there right now and do a t-shirt that says, "Put Diddy in jail," and I guarantee you probably gonna get a lot of people buying that t-shirt. You probably can make yourself, I should do it. No, I'm just you will probably make a lot of money doing t-shirts like that, for real. You can even do the other ones, free Diddy, for the ones who support him. But definitely put Diddy in jail. They would be flocking to those shirts. Okay, let me look this up. Let's see. This is going to take a longer time. I'll just do this another day and bring this information to you guys. I was looking up something. This is crazy. So let me give y'all some interesting information before we leave, okay? About prisons. The country that is number one in incarcerations, what do you think that country is? You say you owe Mason an apology. I thought he was mad, a mad washed up rapper. I kind of believe Mace. I used to like Mace anyway, so I kind of believed him. I don't think he would have, made up no lies. Just like I believe Whitney Williams. I used to watch her before she started acting all weird. Yeah. And that's right, Jermaine. United States of America. You got that right. How many murders do you think happen in U.S. prisons per year? In 2018, they claimed that 120 homicides were in state prisons, okay? Which race do you think is incarcerated the most in U.S. prisons? I forgot the other question that I asked you guys because y'all been taking all day. 120 homicides was in state prisons, okay? So the race, which race do you think has the highest, which race is incarcerated the most? Just percentage, you can do either one because I'm gonna give you both. And don't be Googling because it's taking y'all a long time to guess this out. Which race is incarcerated the most? Actually, let me give you lowest to highest. Asians make up 1.6%. Black people, 38.6%. Native Americans, 2.9%. White people, 56.9%. See how y'all be wrong? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. So the thing is, I was right when I was saying that I don't see that many Asians in trouble. Okay. In Native Americans either. It's these blacks and these whites. Okay. 38.6% for the blacks, 56.9% for the whites. I need to screenshot this because when they start talking all this mess, you need to have actual proof. All right. So what state is the toughest on criminals? Who do y'all think? If you do crimes against person, which state do you think is the toughest on criminals? And Tony Mans, you are correct, honey. No, what you said, well, you said white by raw numbers and then blacks by percentages. No. The percentage for black is 38.6%. And it's 56.9% for whites. The numbers is 59,000 for blacks plus, and then for whites is 88 plus thousand. Okay. You said New York. Okay, let's see here. They have the number one is Virginia. All right. And then you got Texas, Minnesota, North Carolina, and Kentucky. They said all of these states will dish out more than 10 years of prison time on average for crimes against people. Wait a minute, what state doesn't do background checks? Wyoming? They don't do background checks? They leave that up to the employee, okay? I don't give a damn about that. That's right there. Let's see what else they got here. Or that, let's see. Let's see. What prison do you think is the largest? In what state? Because you probably don't know the name of it. Just what state? What state has the largest prison? You said which state has the largest. I guess that actually they got. I guess this is right. Okay, yeah. I'll look back at that. The largest prison, they said the highest populated prison in the United States, the largest correctional facility is Louisiana State Penitentiary. Okay, go back to the one that you were talking about. I don't know why you always have to go and research stuff like this. Let's see. Go back down to that. Okay, so what do you got here? Let's see. It's not California, it's Louisiana. 38%. Okay, I just told you the percentage of inmates is 38.6%. Okay, let's go down here to the next one. How many prisons are in the USA? Well, how many y'all think is? How many prisons do you think we have in the U.S.? Yeah, they got a lot of prisons. Damn. Texas. How many prisons are in the U.S.? Bum, 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 bum. Okay. So what do you think, Tony? How many prisons do you think they have in the U.S.? That includes jails and everything. You have a lot, I tell you that. They got those prisons ready for y'all asses to come in here and live. They got them. 2 more seconds, Tony, and then I'm about to go ahead and answer it. Okay, so they said we have about 6,000. 28 times 75. Let's see what that is. 28 times 75. Let's see how much it is. So that's 2,100, right? So anyway, they have 6,245 correctional facilities in the USA. That's 1,566 state prisons, 98 federal prisons, 3,116 local jails, 1,323 juvenile correctional facilities, and 142 immigration detention facilities. All right, so that's 6,245 for all y'all criminals to be in there. They're waiting for you. Wait a minute. So LA has the largest jail system in the world. So it's Rikers Island complex. Damn. You be asking stupid questions. And let me tell y'all something. This is funny. Not really. It's not funny. But in California, Hispanic people are they are the most felon. Look, let me just read it like the way they have it. Okay, in California, Hispanic people are most commonly felon defendants. They make up 43.2% of felon defendants. And they represent 39.5% of the overall state population. Black people representing 19.5% of felony defendants. And then white individuals make up 34% of felony defendants and 37.8% of the general populations. And the reason why they talk about black people being in jail so much is because you have, what did I just say? 19.5% of felony defendants here in California, but it's only compared to their 5.7% share of the total population here. Okay, so that's why they always talk about a lot of black people incarcerated, because, you know, the population is not that much here in California, but you have a lot of them arrested. Okay, let me put it like that. 19.5% of felony defendants, but yet it's only 5.7% of the total population. And the gender that is most incarcerated is what, y'all? Listen, this could be true, but at the same time, people need to accept accountability for their actions, okay? Here we go on this again. I mean, everybody always say that, but people need to stop doing crimes, okay? Period. So, of course, there are more men in prison, okay? However, there are over 975,000 women in the criminal justice system. Ooh, y'all, what is the most violent state in America? What do y'all think that is? The most violent state? You said the law is unfair in California. What is the most violent state in America? What do y'all think it is? What is the most violent state in America, you guys? What are these little crown, these purple things for? Oh, okay, it tells you, okay. I don't know what all this stuff is on my channel, man. This is something new. So you said Georgia, Tony Vance, and then you said Alabama. Okay, let me tell you, or Florida. All right. So the most violent state in America is New Mexico. Okay. Now, other states with very high violent crime rates include Louisiana. Okay, that's why they got all that stuff going on over there. Alaska, Arkansas, and we know Tennessee had to be up there. Okay? Goodness. So, the safest state to live in, guys, what do you think the safest state to live in is? Yeah, I need to move there. Look, let me just tell you, it's Vermont. Okay, Vermont. That is good, man. And if you are a felon, these are the states that you can move to that will probably hire you to work. Massachusetts, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, New York, Texas, Washington, and New Hampshire. All of those places are places you can move to if you are a felon and you can get a job easier. That's tripped out, man. We just learned a lot of information tonight here with these prisons. Yeah, that's the only reason why they talk about black people, a lot of black people in prisons, because the population is low, right? For blacks to be, for their percentage rates to be so high, for prison. It shouldn't be that many. It shouldn't be that high because the population of blacks is low. You know what I'm saying? Especially out here in Cali, 5.7%. But yet you got all these people incarcerated, these black people incarcerated. That's ridiculous. So that's why they always say what they say. A lot of black people, more black people incarcerated and stuff. Actually, it's not, but for the numbers, there are a lot of black people incarcerated for their percentages here in Cali or in other states as well. I didn't even know that. So Alaska has a gang problem. Oh wow. Hawaii, they're not on this. We already answered the question. I forgot what they said. Let's see. I forgot what states they said. Let's see. Well, we said New Mexico was the most violent. And then Louisiana, Alaska, Arkansas, and Tennessee. And then you said the safest state to live in is Vermont. That's crazy. So they usually make, let's see if they tell us. They won't tell us. How much do prisons make per inmate? I don't know. Let's see, they got a lot of stuff on here. I don't know why people don't be knowing stuff. You can just go online and look up everything, y'all. I don't understand why they don't know certain things. Everything is right here online. There's everything. You can even take speech classes here online. Los Angeles has the largest jail system in the world. We already talked about that, right? And Vermont has the least prisons too. If they, I don't know Vermont, how people act over there and stuff, as far as racism and things like that. But if everybody got along there and there was no racism and stuff like that, with the low crime rate and things, that would be like the best place to move, honestly. Let's see. Yeah. I bet we spend more per inmate than we do per student. It's sad. I don't know. Let me see. You have to look at it YouTube. Let me see how much they spend. Let's see. I don't know how I should ask that question. Let's see how much does. Let's see. They get free everything in there. Oh my God, in California, let's see. Damn. In California, the average cost to incarcerate an inmate, they say it varies, but the average cost is $132,000 plus. In federal prisons, the incarceration fee was $43,000. That is crazy as hell, man. What? And it comes from state spending, direct versus fixed costs, healthcare, employee compensation, court orders. Massachusetts spends over $307,000 per prisoner. That's the highest in the nation. Arkansas spends just under $23,000. And like I said, with the federal inmate, it's $43,000 plus. This is crazy, man. That is crazy, man. Where? What's the temperature where? Here in Cali? Or where? Yeah, that's crazy, y'all. All this money? $132,000. They won't tell us. Let me see that. How much does prisons make for each inmate? They say prisons don't make money in the traditional sense for each inmate, as the primary cost is the expense of maintaining and operating the facilities. However, some revenue streams exist, including daily rates from states for housing inmates and potential profits from inmate labor programs. And that's where they're making money from right there. For housing inmates and potential profits from inmate labor programs. So let's see. So private prisons charge states a daily rate per inmate that can vary from $30 to $200 per day. Let's see here what else. Damn, inmates only get paid 33 cents to $1.41 per hour. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. So they said while prisons may generate some revenue from inmate labor or daily rates, the overall cost of incarceration, including staffing, facilities, and services, is significantly higher. The revenue generated from these sources is often a small percentage of the total cost, and the primary burden remains on taxpayers. Damn, y'all. That is crazy. Y'all got to stay out of jail, I'm telling you. Damn, you get paid 33 cents and shit per hour, and $1.41 up to $1.41 per hour, and people be bragging about being incarcerated. That's crazy. $2.44. He must have been good, huh? $2.44 per hour. Damn. But that's why people need to stay their ass out of there, okay? Point blank. You know, like I said, unless it's self-defense, you know, you're defending your family members and things like that, prison shouldn't be a place you should be trying to get to, period, because they're making money, you know, and, you know, just so many things can go wrong. And it's just, you know, I mean, why take a chance going to prison and then you can't be with your family, you can't be with your kids, your spouses, you can't do the things you want to do. Your life, basically, it don't stop, but it does stop, you know, if you are thinking about the things you can do out here, you know, in the world versus being locked up in a damn cell or in a building all damn day, you know, around the same people day after day after day after day. $7 a month. Damn. $7 a month. Shit, that's slave labor. Okay. So he said companies sign contracts with the government, local, state, and federal to house inmates for a fee. The feds or state pays $60 to $200 per inmate per day, depending on the level of incarceration. You said, but he wouldn't work a job that he could make more money? Damn. But I guess in prison they work or jail because, shit, what else do you have to do besides, listen, either you work, you can do Bible class, go to the library, go outside and play when they let you go out there to play basketball. I mean, besides that, what else can you possibly do in prison? So shit. So of course you're gonna work. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. All this is a money-making program. It really is, but still, since people know this, okay, and they know everything else, that happens in these prisons and jails. Again, you got to stop doing these crimes and get yourself there, so they can keep on, making money off of you being in there, and at the same time, practice whatever they want to practice on you. It just, I just don't understand how people get themselves, incarcerated doing stupid shit like stealing, doing embezzlement, fraud type shit. Just any of these weird ass crimes. You know what I'm saying? It's just plainly crazy. It really is. Just weird shit. Doesn't make any sense at all. But that was some good information we just learned about, you guys. It really is. All right, so anyway, we are getting ready to get out of here, guys. It was fun tonight, like I said. I was just looking at some stuff over here. Ooh, let me see what this lady got to say. Hold on.
We're on a quick.
This girl dancing and shit. Why do they have this on here in the middle of this girl talking about this case? Let's see if it goes back to her.
We're on a
again.
quick lunch break. The cross-examination of Mia has started. Brian praising post of him.
Okay, she's just repeating what I just said. I want to see what she was saying. Basically repeat everything I just said already. And stuff. But anyway, again on Monday, I'll go over the trial again and stuff, and we'll talk about the latest developments with that. And we will talk about any other topics that I decide to talk about. Let's see what they see. They hear all these people talking about this damn video from. Let me see what this video is. These people talking about this old ass video. Oh man, this video is from way back in 2013. Nobody cares. I don't give a damn about this video. With only 31 views, like you can really make any money off of it. This video was posted. This video is from way back in 2013 or 15. Nobody cares about this video. I don't know why YouTube does that. You know what I'm saying? Tell you about old ass stuff from 20,000 years ago. Nobody cares that the damn video didn't even have enough views to make any money off of. So they go back, when you get monetized, they go back and look at all of your videos, okay? Every single one of them. And they monetize those videos. I didn't know that and stuff. This video was made so damn long. I'm shocked they went back looking at it after all this time. It doesn't make no damn sense. 31 views, like you really making money off of 31 views. That's crazy, man. You got to really have some views to really make some good money on YouTube. I told you guys that before. And I'm talking about like maybe, I don't know, 15,000 views and shit for each videos and stuff like that. That's a lot. It ain't no 1,000, it ain't no 1,500, it ain't no 2,000. You got, unless you making that on every single video Because YouTube don't be paying like, like people think they should be. Because all these videos I be doing, I forgot how many views I got so far for the last, because we was looking at it the other night. How many views you said I got the last, when you was comparing my channel? I forget how many views. It was a lot of views. And still, the only thing I made so far is $100. It doesn't even make no sense. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't make at least 102, you're not going to get paid. You have to make at least 100 in order to get paid. YouTube is a hot mess. I'll tell you that right off the bat. You really got to have some views to be able to retire from your job and just depend on YouTube. And just, they making all this money off these ads and shit, and you don't get paid that much. Just point blank. All right? That's some more fuckery right there for you. All right? So anyway, guys, thank you, Jermaine. Thank you so much. Thank you to Tony Bands. Okay. Let's see who else came up in here. Thank you, too. Let me make sure if I say so. Oh, somebody else here, too. Must have went to bed. Paulo Blanyan, thank you so much, hon, for being here. We appreciate your feedback and everything and being here. And thanks again for this one here. I appreciate you, hon. Yeah, let's see who else we have here. Shades 2 was up in the chat, too. Thank you, Shades 2. I'm so crazy, y'all. Thanks to everybody in the bushes and everybody who watches this in the replay. Y'all don't forget you can thumbs up this video if you enjoyed this content tonight. Also, if you are not subscribed to this channel, wait a minute, hold up. Please subscribe below and hit that bell notification so you can be notified of any upcoming videos, and make sure you share and leave a comment. And y'all know we are going to listen to those songs again, because I told y'all before, every time this creature say something about Shades 2 and say my entire name, we're going to retaliate back this type of way right here. And I got the wrong thing up here. Why be having all this weird shit up on this thing? You got star, one message with star, that's his. Okay, it's super chat or whatever. Okay, let's change this better. Y'all have a good weekend. And the only way I will come back over the weekend is if something breaking news, like some major breaking news happened, or something happened with Diddy, or with this basketball player, or something like that. Otherwise, I'm going to see you guys on Monday. Because I'll be doing a lot of content. Y'all make sure y'all check out my hauls, my Dollar Tree shopping hauls. And I shop at other stores too, so that's there. My shorts, my YouTube shorts. Check me out on TikTok at Shades 2. And check out my moving blog and Country Rain reaction videos. I even got an intro for that too. So check that out too. And I can actually play it for y'all, let y'all hear it. So I'll play it for y'all real quick and let y'all hear that one too. Let me turn this one off. All right, so I'll let y'all hear these real quick before we get out of here. Thanks to everybody in the bushes, everybody who watches this in the replay too. All right, let me change this banner first though. Shades 2. I forgot to put that up there. I always do. So look, let's put this up there. Y'all have a good night and a good weekend. And what else? And let's see. Have a blessed weekend and see you guys on Monday, unless I get bored or something else happens. And there you go. We're going to see these songs before we get ready to get out of here too, okay? Let me see what y'all are talking about over here. You too, Tony Bands, all right? You too. Okay, let's go and listen to this real quick. All right, y'all? So this is my new intro right here for the late night lives, okay? So we can listen to that first. I think it's, which one is it? This one.
She's late, she's loud, and she live. Woo! You already know who it is.
Hey.
She back again.
She's back. Hey.
Mike hot, crowd lit, vibe on 10. Shay walk in like we back again. News, tea, jokes and spins. She don't do small talk, she go in. From the headlines to the comment section. She call names with no correction. You tuned in, don't act brand new. It's late night, baby, she got that view.
Late night with Shay.
last all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I let game, but back again.
It's a late night with Shay.
She say what she want, but laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Popcorn ready, wig on alert. She dropped one line, is somebody hurt? Talk show queen with a side of roast. She run this thing from coast to coast. Late on purpose, still on time. She hit you with shade, then call it a rhyme. Talk smart, talk slick, talk flame. Say the name right here, late night with Shay.
It's a late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's a late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. That's right. News, drama, laughs, whatever else you feel like. One mic, one queen. Late night with Shay. On Shay's tube, she back again.
It's a late night with Shay.
Yeah, she say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. Now you thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's a late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. And you thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Yeah.
Hey. Yeah, yeah. All right, y'all. Okay, let's go ahead and do this stuff. All right. I want to play the mouth. Okay, let's do that one real quick.
Turn the lights down low and the drama up.
Let's pause that, okay? Let's do this. Let's share screen. Let's see if I still got it up here. I think this is it right here. Let's go ahead and hear this again. Let's see if it'll start back over.
You ain't built for war, just watch behind bullshit. Mic of the mouth, lips crusty as fuck. Talking about shade while you down on luck. Fake ass receipts, same week trap. Dry ass throat from all that cap. You bark online but won't come outside. I don't know nothing, bitch, stop the lie. Shade in your mouth, holding your goddamn breath. Then you delete shit, scared to death. Lost that house, that ain't your shit. Still trying to flex with a fiction slips. Mic of the ghost, talk when it's real. Keyboard tough, but you shook in the field.
You know Shay better than your own damn life. Built your fame off stress and strife. Talk that neutral, play that fake. But you throwing shade with every take.
Mic of the mouth, bitch in real time. Yap online, but can't back no line. Say less, show more, or keep hiding like a broke ass fraud. She out here shining, you still pressed. React to her tears like it's some test. Micah, you bitter, weak as hell. She built an empire, you built a shell. All that whisper beef, that's coward talk. You ain't got bars, just bitch ass chalk. Say you want peace, but fan that flame. Say her name again, you feel that shame. Crusty ass lips, broke ass views. Ain't got facts, just recycled news. Mic of the mouth, shut the fuck up. Mic of the mouth, lips crusty as fuck. Talking about shade while you down on luck. Fake ass receipts, same week trap. Dry ass throat from all that cap. You bark online but won't come outside. I don't know nothing, bitch, stop the lie. Shay in your mouth, holding your goddamn breath. Then you delete shit, scared to death. Lost that house, that ain't your shit. Still trying to flex with a fiction slips. Mic of the ghost, talk when it's real. Keyboard tough, but you shook in the field.
You know Shay better than your own damn life. Built your fame off stress and strife. Talk that neutral, play that fake. But you throwing shade with every take.
Mic of the mouth, bitch in real time. Yap online, but can't back no line. Say less, show more, or keep hiding like a broke ass fraud.
Okay, this is the final one for tonight. Let me stop that one. All right, y'all know that what this one is right here. This is my jam for real, for real. Y'all know that was me singing, right? All right, there we go.
I'm the dog. I don't know nothing. Yeah, it's real clear now.
My jam right here.
Yeah, Micah say I'm the dog, but you bark for clout. Tail wagging on live, just running your mouth. I don't know nothing. Yeah, that much true. Brain offline every time you hit new. Trying to act slick, but you goofy as hell. Got slogans on loop like a broken spell. Repetitive content, you say it with pride. But bro, no bark, no bite, just hide. You the dog, more like a flea. Jump on trends, then beg for a seat. I don't know nothing. Clearly, bruh, that's your whole brand and your whole shtick, huh? Dog with a mic, but no real sound. Loud online, but quiet when found. Your subs just scroll, your views decay. Whole channel look like a throwaway. Micah in the vids like, look at me cook. But it's burnt ass takes and recycled hooks. Trying to be funny, but it's awkward and dry. That dog act tired, go lay down and cry. You make 10 vids off one small clip, stretch nothing for minutes, man, that ain't it. You say I'm the dog, yeah, mud on a leash. Pacing in circles, praying for peace. I don't know nothing, facts that's deep. Every upload feels like a low effort leap. Clickbait king with no real throne. Live stream talk, but dead when alone. Merch weak, bars weaker. Talk like a beast, but your ego cheaper. Say less, post less, do more, doubt it. Micah, we laugh, now we clowning around it. So keep barking, dog, but this ain't your yard. You bit off more than your weak rep can guard. Next time you stream, say it with your chest. I don't know nothing, yeah, we guessed. Game over. Yeah, we guessed. Yeah. Micah in the vids. New bird, little bird, then you're weaker. You next time you stream, say it with your chest. I don't know nothing. Yeah, we guessed. Game over. Yeah. You the dog, more like the flea. Jump on trends, then beg for a seat. I don't know nothing. Clearly, bro, that's your whole brand and your whole shtick, huh? Dog with a mic, but no real sound. Loud online, but quiet when found. Your subs just scroll, your views decay. Whole channel look like a throwaway. My God in the viv. Look, grind your grind and your weak rap. Yeah. Next time you stream, say it with your chest. I don't know nothing. Yeah, we guessed.
We guessed.
I'm the dog.
Yeah, let me turn that off, you guys. We're about
I
to
don't know nothing. Yeah, it's real clear now.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. And again, thanks to everybody for being here. Y'all just don't know. I got a whole collection of songs for my channel and songs, a couple of raps to diss. Every time my name is brought up over there, I'm going to play one of these diss tracks. Okay. If I caught what part, real quick before we leave. Yeah, we just went over his whole, you missed it, you probably was asleep. But yeah, we just went over his whole entire examination of Maya. Oh yeah, we read that today. This girl was a hot mess. You need to go back and watch my little video and stuff. It's long, 4 hours and stuff. But like the first part of my video, you know, like maybe for the first 2 hours or 3 hours, I was talking about Sean Diddy Combs and Maya's cross-examination, which was a hot mess. This girl. He just tried to trick her up. That's it. He's basically saying, that Diddy did not actually assault her as many times as she said it. And Miss her guilt because he's asking, isn't it true Diddy did not actually assault you as many times as you just said? So as many times, so he must have actually assaulted her at least 1 or 2 times, because she said 3. So he could have did it 1 time. You could take this 2 different ways. You could take it as if he's saying, who asked that question? Was it the prosecutor? Because I don't remember. Or was it the defense attorney? Because if the defense attorney asked that question like that, I think it's the defense attorney, right? He's not admitting Diddy's guilt. He worded that like that because he said that Diddy did not assault her at all. You know what I'm saying? That's why he said, isn't it true Diddy did not actually assault you as many times as you just said? Okay, is this the way he said it? If that's the defense attorney who asked that question. Okay, yeah, that's the defense attorney. So no, he wasn't admitting guilt. What he was doing is just trying to basically trip her up. Okay, he's saying that it's not true that Diddy assaulted you as many times as you said. Not even 1, 2, or 3 times, no time. That's what he means. Yeah, I think, remember, the way we say stuff with our English may be different than how, like you guys will interpret it. But I think that he meant just what I just said. That's the reason why he did it like that. He's not saying that he's not saying to her that Diddy couldn't have assaulted you as many times as you're saying. He's just basically, tripping her up. He's just saying that basically Diddy didn't assault you any of those times. That's why he said, isn't it true Diddy did not actually assault you as many times as you just said? Because he's just saying, trying to make her look like she's lying about all of the assaults. He didn't assault her at all. He just said it like that, just to trip her up. Our English language is crazy and stuff, but that's what I think he means. Now, I'm not him, but that's what I think he means and stuff. And those lawyers do stuff like that anyway. They try to trick people up. Because she could have said, oh, no, if she would have answered that. I forgot what she said when he asked her that. But that's just trickery. He did it a lot of times, too. He did a lot of questions like that and stuff. But overall, it was a good cross-examination. And I'm still trying to figure out why this girl did certain things, if she claimed she was scared and things like that. But go take a look at my live, because we are getting ready to get out of here. We've been on here for 4 hours. It's late here in LA. 3:14 a.m. and I'm about to get ready to go to bed. So again, thank you, Just the Facts, for tuning in. Check me out again on Monday. And thanks to Jermaine and Tony Bands and Paul, I think that's his name, and everybody in the bushes, everybody who watches this in the replay. You guys have a great weekend. Oh, 3 Classic 1. Thank you too. I forgot about you. I'm sorry. The Classic 1. Thank you so much as well. I forgot about you, hon. All right. And then Paul Bunyan. Thank you too. Paul Bunyan. All right. Thank you so much. Y'all, good night. I'm getting ready to get out of here. Okay. Peace out. You have a good day. Because it's Saturday over there. It's what? 11. What time is it over there? It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 11:15. So yeah, have a good afternoon. All right. All right. You guys have a good Saturday, good weekend. And I'll see you guys in my next video. And good night. And good morning to some, because in some places it's like what, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. All right, see y'all. Peace out.
Yo, turn the lights down low and the drama up. She's late, she's loud, and she lives. You already know who it is. Shades 2, baby. She back again. Mic hot, crowd lit, vibe on 10. Shade walk in like we back again. again. News, tea, jokes and spins. She don't do small talk, she go in. From the headlines to the comment section, she called names with no correction. You tuned in, don't act brand new. It's late night, baby, she got that view.
Late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I lacked game, back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Popcorn ready, wig on alert. She dropped one line, is somebody hurt? Talk show queen with a side of roast. She run this thing from coast to coast. Late on purpose, still on time. She hit you with shade, then call it a rhyme. Talk smart, talk slick, talk flame. Say the name right, yeah, late night with Shay.
Late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want, and laughs all day. Look on Shay's tube, press replay. You thought I left, nah, I'm back again. That's right. News, drama, laughs, whatever else you feel like. One mic, one queen. Late night with Shay. On Shay's tube, she back again.
It's late night with Shay.
Yeah, she say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. Now you thought I left, nah, I'm back again.
It's late night with Shay.
She say what she want and laughs all day. Live on Shay's tube, press replay. And you thought I left, nah, I'm back again. Yeah. Yo, turn the lights down low and the drama up.